Hello, Internet, and welcome to Hearts of Stone. We are so delighted to be here and playing Blades in the Dark. Finally, I've been wanting to run this game for a long time, ever since Van DM'd it for a mini series on our channel a while back, and I'm just so pumped to get this going. Um, you can see our cast is all here as always. Everyone from Ward 47 made it back. No one got so mad at me with the finale. They decided to just leave. So that's good. We're delighted. We're just so pumped for all of this. But before we get going and talking about the game, usual announcements and everything going on the channel. If you are watching us live, welcome. See you out there in the chat. Hello, Rachel and Sita. We are very happy to bring all sorts of games like this throughout the week. If you are a fan of tabletop games like this, you can join us. Our next live stream will be on Monday. That'll be Red Jenny, our Dragon Age TTRPG, at 8 o'clock Eastern time. So please join us for that. Otherwise, if you want to see everything else we do throughout the week, check below our faces. If you're watching us live on Twitch, you can see a full lineup of our shows, our full schedule, what we play and when we play it, and tune in. When you're not playing Baldur's Gate 3, come hang out with us for that. And even if you are playing Baldur's Gate 3 right now, we're delighted that you're willing to listen to us while you're playing. So I think that's it as far as announcements go. Nothing else big. This is kind of the biggest thing going on this week. So I'm going to go ahead and turn things over to my lovely players, talk about who they are, what they're doing on and off this channel, and I guess who you're playing. We're going to introduce our characters here in a bit, in some scenes, but you can at least tell us your name and what your playbook is. So and I have no fucking idea what is our is it still the same? Exactly the same. Perfect. Starting as always with Van.
That's me. Hi, I'm Van. You can find me on the internet now at Van But Wilder. I'm on Mastodon, I'm on Blue Sky, but mostly I hang out in the Discord, the GGK Discord, which you out there can also join. And I stream live on Twitch several times a week. I'm live on twitch.tv/lbhackemup on Sunday nights, most weeks playing Dungeons & Dragons, and I'm live on this channel Thursdays through Mondays playing in several games, running D&D on Saturday mornings before this show now, and yeah, doing a bunch of other fun stuff. But today, for the first time, I am playing Glass, who is the whisper of the party.
I believe I'm next. Hey, I'm Christina Sid. You can find me all over the internets at Greek Sid. I'm here Thursdays through Mondays playing in games. Thursday games on a bit of a hiatus. Val's doing a bit of a 2 or 3 shot. We'll see what happens in the meantime. But yeah, join us in a few weeks when we return for Elegance and Vigilance. Tonight, I am playing Salome. Salome is our spider.
Hey everybody, I'm RJ. You can catch me at RJS22 on Twitter, Twitch, Blue Sky, and other places, typically, except for Instagram. I did not get that handle. I know how you feel now, Sid. You can catch me over at the Indoor Adventures on Mondays, where we do a D&D 5e homebrew campaign. Thursdays over at the Hype Goblins, where it's D&D, but it's with third-party content. Saturdays here, we'll talk about that in a second. Sunday mornings over at Hype Goblins once again for some Pathfinder 2nd Edition. Finally, tomorrow, Sunday night, is our Print Weavers finale. We are going deep into one of the players' home territories, where they kind of hate us, not because of us as a party, but as us as a people. We're there to free some friends and figure out what's going on with some things. It'll be great. It'll be traumatic. You'll love it. Today, I'm playing Fume. He's a leech.
That just leaves me. Hey everybody, I'm Danae Keener, also known as Wings. You can find me at DanaeKeener.com. I do nerdy drawings mostly related to D&D and a lot of things on the Indoor Adventures stream. You can also find me at Danae Keener on the site formerly known as Twitter for the time being. I've got a pinned tweet there. You can see my you can see the games that I'm playing, and I'm realizing now that I haven't updated that yet. Whoopsie. Anyhow, Today I'm going to be playing as Grackle, who is our hound.
DanaeKinner.com.
She also did 4 nerdy drawings directly related to this stream right here.
Right.
Look
here.
around us. This lovely art.
Right here, right now.
Observe it. Look at it.
Look at it. Look at it.
Hi, everyone. I'm Val. You can find the Kraken's Crown lurking around the internet, not really on social media anymore. I did claim my handle on Mastodon. Have not done on Blue Sky yet to see if it's been taken. If it has been taken, I'm coming for you. If you want to know other things I'm doing, I'm here Thursdays through Mondays playing and running games. I run this game. I run our game on Mondays, Red Jenny. And like Sid said, I also am running a little mini series on Thursdays. I'm doing a lot right now. I don't have anything else. I was trying to pivot to talking about something else I've got going on. That's pretty much it. Are you all ready to get started? All right. Well, there's no previously on, so I don't have to start with that. I will start with a little primer for Blades in the Dark before I get into our open. So we are playing a new system, Blades in the Dark, that you've probably seen us do before on this channel, or you may have seen other people play it. By and large, this is going to be the same. We're going to try to uphold the rules as much as possible, and it's going to be Duskfall as we know it, or as you might know it from playing it before. It's kind of like a Dishonored Victorian London. It's basically like Victorian London, but haunted. More haunted, super haunted. So you that gives you kind of the tone for this. For basic rule systems, we are going to be we're going to be kind of just introducing those as they come up rather than front loading like what everything is at the beginning. Basics of it though, all of our players have playbooks. That is their class. That is kind of their specialty, and they have different abilities based on that. They also have a crew. They're all members of a criminal organization that consists of just the 4 of them right now. Their crew that I believe you chose were Shadows for this one. Do I have that right? I wasn't looking at my notes there, but I think I nailed it. And there's a lot of crunch to it. Like, this game is kind of like a mix of kind of like a Power of the Apocalypse style game, but it has a little more like depth and crunch. It has like the ease of use of Power of the Apocalypse, but a little more of the crunch that keeps it going for like longer term campaigns. Basic rule though, they're going to be rolling d6s. Anytime we're doing a check, anytime anything is uncertain, they are going to be telling me what kind of roll they're making to overcome a challenge or do something using an appropriate trait that they have. They will roll a number of d6s equal to their rating in that trait. I will tell them, set their position for that, whether they are in a controlled situation, so everything's easy. They've got the chance to, if they fuck up, they can try again. Risky is kind of the standard option. They're trying something that if it goes bad, it's going to go bad. If it goes well, it could go well. It kind of could go either way. But they're acting under fire. There's a little bit of uncertainty. Desperate is like they're doing something that is... things could go really badly if it doesn't go for them. This is their last ditch effort. I said positioning for them, and then I give them an effect level after that, so you'll hear me say whether it's going to be a great, standard, or limited effect. Those are pretty self-evident, and they have some mechanical weight to them too as well. We'll talk a little bit more about that as we get negotiating in our first rolls of the game, but that's the basic system. When they roll their dice, if they roll a 6, that is a full success. That means they've done exactly what they set out to do. A 4 or 5 is a mixed success, so they get most of what they wanted, but there's going to be some sort of consequence to it. And then a 1, 2, or 3 is a failure. They messed up and things are going to go bad for them. If they are ever rolling and they have more than one die, they rolled more than 1 6, so 2 6s or more, that is a critical success, and extra cool things happen from that too. That's really the basics of the game, just so you all there know what's going on when we're saying numbers and I'm saying things like that, but we'll kind of talk through it as we play. This is a we talked before in a little session 0 between us as players, like kind of the tone for this. Our normal flag lines and veils are in effect for this game, so we'll be avoiding sensitive topics based on players at the table, but this is sort of a dark fantasy style game, so there may be some darker subject matter, but the tone we're going to try to strive for is a dark comedy for this. So it gets a little bit goofy, but it can get a little bit serious too. So that's kind of what we're looking to do here. I think that is pretty much it as far as rule stuff goes. So we are going to go ahead and jump right in with our opening. And I am going to change music here. Duskfall, 8:47 IE, 59th day of Ulsavet. Red and pink lanterns hang from the lines over the waterways of the Silk Shore. The alleys are choked with gondolas as people celebrating the next day's moontide rush to bars, gambling dens, and brothels. Courtesans lean over railings calling out to prospective patrons passing below, and hawkers push boats down the alleys peddling eel skewers while palming coin in exchange for small pouches of spark and black lotus. The blue coats continue the patrol in a lazy gait, stopping on corners to hit a flask or shake down an urchin for a fistful of silver. Brass lanterns flank the curling script on the sign over the doorway of the jewelry box. Music and muffled conversations echo through the dingy, soot-stained walls as of the small brothel at the end of the row. Several patrons mull near the bar in search of a drink while a steady trail of smoke curls out from the back lounge. A den of vice and sin. Welcome to the home of the obedient servants. We're going to start with Fume. As you enter through the doors of the jewelry box, I'll be doing actually a little bit of cinematography here too, as we are using one more multiverse for this. And boom. And we're going to come into Fume here. As you head in through the front doors of the establishment, there is immediately hit by a bar, dull, kind of rotted, barely held together paneling on a L-shaped bar with a poorly stocked selection of wines, liquors, and a cask of ale behind it. You can see some dust along the shelves, clearly enough to keep the few patrons here at ease, but not a lavish spread by any stretch of the imagination. Standing behind the bar, currently pouring drinks and tending to the customers, is Fume. RJ, would you please describe your character for us?
Fume is a young man, tanned skin, dark hair, dark eyes, wears these circular glasses, and he's currently shaking a drink for the patrons in front of him. One of the main things that people comment on is Fume's baby face. Like, are you sure you're supposed to be working here? Aren't you a little young? Sir, I am 20-something at best.
As you are mixing a drink, having just arrived, sitting at one of the stools at the bar in front of you, is Grab, a woman with sort of long brown hair, kind of dingy, tattered, duskfall fashion, like an overcoat or I want to say petticoat, but that's not what I'm looking for. More like a duster, I think, that she's wearing right now, and a kind of tattered green skirt underneath. She is sitting at the bar in front of you, while her brother Smash is standing at the end of it, his arms crossed, hasn't even said a word, not ordering a drink, just sort of like scanning the establishment for any threats. But Grab has just accepts the drink from you as you slide it to the bar and pushes a small satchel across the bar towards you and says, "Seems like a busy night here."
Yes, it is quite busy. I believe Lady Salome is hosting a bit of a party down in the pink room. It's kind of VIP at the moment.
Oh, well, not really my crowd anyway. I much prefer it up here. Forgot what you were asking for. Thank you for the drink.
Thank you, and your compensation will be in the mail.
Well, about that, you'll probably need to take some out of it. I wasn't able to get everything you asked for. There was a bit of a snag along the way.
You went marked, were you?
No, nothing like that. My normal contact with the red sashes that I've been procuring the dream smoke for Salome, for your patrons in the bar. They're having a bit of a problem with supply right now, so I could only get about half of what you were looking for.
The boys in blue shaking them down, or is it something a bit more above their pay grade?
No, not the blue coats. From what I understand, after taking care of those lamp black bastards, when that all shook out, somebody else moved in on the turf, been cutting off their suppliers, shaking down the distributors. I'm familiar with Ulf Ironborn.
I guess we roll here to see if I know that name.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, you can decide if you think that that's not somebody that Fume would know, or we can make our first roll of the game.
Go.
There is a roll. Well, so there are a couple of rolls that we could do here. Is there something in your character that you're looking to do? Or use. There's a couple of options for like information gathering or knowing information. One of which is to do a fortune roll, and that just sort of determines, like, we just roll some dice and see, kind of let luck decide whether Fume knows this or not.
Okay, yeah, well, let's do that.
Okay, so the rules for this will be our first roll. Doing a little fortune roll here. You can, let's see. Do you have any traits or anything on your character sheet that you think applies to this?
Let me just pull that up. That's the wrong thing. Sorry, folks. We're getting used to one more multiverse.
No, that's fine. Yeah, we're taking. This is a new app for us, everyone. So yeah, you'll have to do it. I can bring up your sheet too. So let's look at. We could do. This is probably. You don't have any position in you don't have any points in consort, do you?
I do not. No.
Okay.
I'm not the consorting type.
So we will make this. I think the closest one is probably something near. We'll base this off your consort here. Let's see. Do you have any advantages here? Yeah, I'm just gonna roll 2. Yeah, let's just do a 2d6 roll, and we'll take the lower of the two.
Oh, that's the wrong thing.
Yeah, so just roll consort.
Okay. Where is? Do I just type /roll? No. Where is?
If you go to the middle at the top,
there's
where
rolls.
it says rolls. Yeah.
Yeah, and then actions, fortune. So 2d6.
Yeah, and we're gonna take
roll
the lower of the two.
4, mixed success, double 4 actually.
Oh, you rolled a 4 on both. Okay, great. So mixed success. Yeah, you know a little bit about Ulf Ironborn. You've heard this name kind of being is kind of made a splash. Is new to town. Is running a small gang of Scovelanders that have recently come to Duskfall, and is been recruiting to build a gang in the area. Just kind of working on a number of things. Nothing specific that catches your mind, but that's what you know about him.
Well, all I really know is he's a new player on the board, recruits a lot of uh, new faces looking to strike a fortune. But other than that, I think they're too fresh for me to be on their radar, for them to be on my radar.
Well, I would recommend staying out of the way, I suppose, if you're not wanting to get in any trouble there. But yeah, he's been causing a bit of problem for the red sashes, the trade and that business. So until that is dealt with, I'm afraid that your supply of dream smoke may be lacking. And well, you're not the only ones in this problem. I'm sure a lot of other businesses around here are probably having that. Hopefully, you have some stocked up for a rainy day, just in case.
We've got a couple in the back somewhere. I'll have to fish it out. But you know what? You stay careful out there, Grab.
Oh, I always do. I'll keep working on my way. If you need anything else, just let me know. I'm happy to get anything else for you. Well, I suppose I'll finish my drink here. Kind of taps on the counter and throws it back. Says, "Before you deliver Salome the bad news." And she says, "Come on, come on, Smash. Let's get going." And Smash kind of sidles up next to her and begins to just straight walk out. She says, "Aren't you going to say he's a friend? Say goodbye." And Smash turns around, looks at you for a long moment, just goes, and then turns back. She punches him in the shoulder and says, "You such an idiot." And you see them kind of like playfully like tossing and watching that, like this brother sisterly pair, you are reminded of something, and we kind of cut back in time as this triggers a memory for you, the of a sometime in the past of Fume standing in a dark kind of room, a little bit like a workbench in front of you, lantern hanging ahead, and you've got some sort of what is Fume working on here in this moment?
I think in this moment he is working on this cube essentially with a crank on the side, and he puts the finishing touches on it, spins the crank a little bit, and it plays a tune before a lid pops open and out pops like a clown with a little pie in the hand.
The little device springs up and creates like a little bit of noise. One of your tools clattering to the ground. You hear a thumping from behind you of crutches as Emilian comes into the room. What do they look like?
They look exactly like Fume, except super younger. They're brothers after all. Except I think Emilian's hair is a lot longer and pulled into a like loose ponytail.
And there's like a little bit like stops for a second on the crutches and like coughs in his arm. You're making a lot of noise in here.
Well, I apologize. You should still be in bed.
I've been sleeping long enough. I wanted to see what you were working on.
It's Jack in the Box. I found a lot of the loose pots in the trash the other day, and I thought, hey, it could work.
Show it to me. And he kind of like moves forward the crutches, eventually making it to the table, pulls out a little stool there and sits down, placing the crutches kind of like between their legs and holding them.
My only problem with it currently is, and he's struggling to push the toy down, I think I found a spring that is a little too tight. It might just fly off the handle one time if you crank too hard and all right. slides it over.
So they take it and begin to like crank the side, and it's like
Oh, hold on. And Fume leans over and hits the back of the box.
the thing pops up. I think the thing just like it actually just explodes out of the box and just like hits the ceiling and bounces to the ground. Uh, and Mealing kind of startled a little bit, like holds on to their crutches, almost falling over off of the stool behind them.
Oh, hey.
I'm all right. I'm all right. All right. You weren't kidding about the spring being a bit too tight. Let me see. I might be able to fix that for you. And you can see like he pulls out some tools and begins to kind of help like loosening some things, like takes down the spring, kind of like files it down, shortens it so that it gets some more length to it, maybe a little bit less compressed. So starts working on that, like pretty handy with it and assisting you help. But as he starts to work on some of it, you see like drops this pair of pliers to the side as his hand starts to shake, and he begins to cough pretty violently, kind of like doubling over in his stool.
Let's work on this later, get you to bed. I'll run and fetch the doctor.
I promise. I'm fine taking to bed. I'm
Well,
going to help you finish that tomorrow, though.
all right. If you're sure you're fine, I am going to step out for some food. I think some stew will do you a world of wonders.
Do you think you can actually get some eel this time? I'm going rather sick of mushrooms.
I'll see what I can do.
It's fine if you can. I understand.
Ooh, maybe I'll pop down to the gondolas and see if they have any grilled eels.
That would be a nice change of pace.
I have been saving. You know what? Let's celebrate. Tomorrow, grilled eels, some rice, and whatever drinks I can find.
That sounds nice.
To the completion of a new project.
They smile and you help him up off the stool and begin to escort him back to his bed. And we cut back from there to the present with Fume tending bar, cleaning some glasses, turning his attention to the back rooms of the bar. And we'll move on from there to a room off to the side. We kind of pan through, hanging a right as we come in through the main doors. There's like a small sitting area here. You hear a lot of conversation happening from the back where the smoke is drifting out from, but instead we cut to a door off to the side as we pan to Glass. Yes, you, Glass, you are in a closed room here. The curtains drawn. You are currently with a client. I will say, sort of at the after your business. I mean, I guess describe Glass for us and describe a little bit of like what sort of experience, like what Glass might be doing in this moment with their client here.
Sure. So Glass is pretty androgynous, kind of tall, thin, wears generally pretty nice clothes. Not a lot of them usually if they can get away with it, but you know, sometimes we have polite company. But long black hair that's always sort of falling in their face, really like icy blue eyes, and a scar it's pretty much always visible, right sort of at their like collarbone in their neck right here from a gunshot wound. Yeah, right above the crystal that they have embedded in their chest, which is a little cracked on one side where the gunshot wound is. Glass does a lot of work at the brothel as a companion. Anything from Pretty much anything. I think Glass is probably the person that works here that has the most like diverse clientele. So they will go to dinner with people, do all kinds of things, spend the night up into like sex work and everything. Pretty much just whatever people will pay for. And yeah, so I mean, if this is a like a regular
I will,
patron
to
or
give you a little more context for them, this is Will. He is a young like a sailor on a Leviathan hunting vessel. Um, he is very young, probably like early 20s, and I think has come in here. It is not a regular necessarily. Well, I'm trying to think. I think maybe has seen you once before. Not rich, not noble or anything. But he pays well. He's very nice, but he's uh has a lot of stress and usually is coming to like kind of like relax and
Yeah.
try to looking for like that emotional support.
yeah, so they've been talking, probably have a couple of drinks, right? Just and in general, just like kind of lets him talk about whatever he wants to talk about. Doesn't really like press the issue. Like if you want to talk about work, great. If you want to talk about something else, that's also fine. Just kind of just been hanging out for a while.
Yeah, and so I think he's been like kind of comfy sitting at the edge of the bed, has like or sitting on the bed, like shoes kicked off, coat hanging over the chair. Like I don't even think like he's really looking for anything like physical. It's mostly just wanting like drinks, company, talking, maybe like a little hand holding and stuff. Is just like really just wanting to relax. And so he's been talking for a bit about how nervous he is about the next season. Leviathan hunting happens over the course of like the activity for leviathans tends to reach its peak around Saran, leading into end of Saran into Ulsavet at the beginning of Volnavet, which are kind of like the like end of spring to through fall seasonally. And we are currently at the end of the season for Leviathan hunting. So has come back from a long trek, and he seemed kind of shaken by by his experience. He says, "I just don't know what I'm going to do. Uh, I assume you haven't been out there."
Me? No.
I wouldn't recommend it.
Well, I don't plan on going anytime soon.
It pays well, and I can't imagine having a better job with my experience, but it's terrifying, honestly. Ocean is black as the sky. You can see the stars in the water, like glowing, and the leviathans. You don't even see a fraction of them when we hunt them. I don't even know how to explain it.
Sounds terrifying. I never much liked the water.
I did. I thought I did. I don't think I'll ever look at it the same way. Even the canals coming here and the gondola, I was afraid something was gonna jump out and grab me at any moment. No.
And yet here you are.
Here I am. He like nervously finishes his glass of wine.
Can I get you some more?
Please, that would be nice.
So, Will, why do you do a job that scares you so much?
I don't have any better options, honestly. I need the money badly. I don't think I told you this last time I was here. My sister she died last year.
Sorry to hear
And-
that.
Thank you. I had enough silver saved up to save her heartstone, but I don't have nearly enough for a hole for her.
I
And
see.
Leviathan hunting pays a lot better than anything here, to be honest. There's a reason why. It's lose about 1/8 of our crew every time we go out. I thought I was going to be one of them this time. I nearly fell overboard during our first hunt. But one more should be enough for me to have the money that I need.
That's good. And maybe you can find something on land for a while.
I hope so.
Well,
I hope so.
we'll drink to your good fortune then. May the next hunt be safe for you. And may you see your sister again soon.
Cheers.
Cheers.
And as you clink glasses, he smiles, like pretty, like despite his sadness and everything. When he smiles, like there's a warmth to it, like big kind of cheek. You can see like dimples forming, and his smile is familiar, and you find yourself lost in that moment, carrying back to a time before where you're seeing a very similar smile on a different face, on a different person, as there's a click and as Jackdaw pulls open a window on this skylight and drops a rope down as he pulls it open and says, I don't think there's anybody home.
Razek, I hope not.
You're currently looking around at the pretty abandoned Six Towers. Here, you're at a manor house near the edge of this district. No lights on in the building. The grounds are overgrown and dirty. There's a carriage that's parked off to the side, but no horses there, and it looks like the family has abandoned it, which is why Jackdaw decided to scope this place out, and after some time here has finally decided to make your move on it. It says, don't be pessimistic, it's gonna be fine. You first? Me? Huh?
I'll go first.
You always go first. Go on. You scamper down the rope, feet landing on a stone floor and the main sort of parlor entrance of this home. It's quiet, a little bit of dusty. There's like that dust hanging in the air around you. This home does look like it's been fitted for electricity, but nothing is currently running. Here you don't see any sparks or lights or anything.
Wow.
All clear, I assume? All right, and you see Jackdaw sort of loops the rope around, just sort of slides down deftly, landing, slowing down just enough to quietly land on the ground. Says, "All right, well, let's loot around, see what we can find."
So we're not even looking for anything specific. We're just in an abandoned house hoping they left things.
Well, yeah. Rich people hide things everywhere. I'm sure there's something here.
I thought you had more of a plan than that.
No, not this time. I just sort of thought it'd be fun.
You're going to get us killed. Alright.
You worry too much.
You don't worry enough.
Well, it's more fun my way. Come on.
Alright.
So what are you looking for? Like, what do you want to do in the house? Like, what is your-
Shiny things.
Okay. You want to make a roll?
Yeah.
All right. So this house is abandoned. Like, you're in a pretty good situation here, but there is some danger. You don't know exactly what is lurking around in here. You are in 6 towers after all, which is there is known to be some spiritual activity here. What kind of what trait do you want to go with? You want to go with like a prowl or
Oh boy. Prowl is good.
prowl?
Yeah.
Okay.
Prowl around in the dark looking for things,
Sure.
small things to steal, and also maybe a ghost.
Lovely. That is let's go ahead and do a prowl roll
Okay.
then.
So I have 2 in prowl.
Awesome. I'm going to set this at risky. This is I'm going to set this at risky standard. This is our kind of normal like rule for this. So let's go ahead and roll for that. You can yeah, let's just go and roll. We're probably not gonna do pushing or anything.
So I
because
roll
this
2.
is a flashback. Yeah,
Right.
this will be 2. Yeah. Actually, I'll say you get an assist. You get an extra die because
Yeah.
Jackdaw is with you.
And I want the highest one is a 5.
5. Okay, awesome. That is a mixed success. So you do it, but there's a small complication. So you begin to root around through the house, like peeking into doors, peeking doors, down staircases, surveying it best you can. There is actually something like you see a lot of things were packed up in a hurry, like candelabras and stuff even were pulled in and seem to have been packed up and taken out, but they clearly miss some things. Like you find a bottom drawer of a cupboard. There's some nice like tucked in the back. You see a small box of silverware that you're able to palm away. There are a couple of walls that have pictures on them of whoever was living in this house before, with nice like silver frames or brass frames that would go for a little bit of coin as well. Throw that into the bag. And you actually do find, as you're scoping out the place, a room, you finally make your way to sort of like the owner's room, the master's room in this home, and this 4-poster bed, and you, as you're rooting around, you notice that one of the pictures is loose on the, it seems to be like a bit crooked on the wall, and as you scope towards it, moving it out of the way, you see there is a safe in the wall behind it.
I love a safe.
Looks like maybe they started to unlock it, but they had some difficulties getting it open in a hurry and gave up on it. So you kind of notice this, and Jackdaw behind you sees you find this and says, "Well, there we go, jackpot. All right, I'll get this open. You keep watch. How about that?"
Fine.
As he pushes an ear to the safe and begins to work on it. And as he is beginning to work on it, you're keeping an eye out of the room and on the hall. And you begin to notice something. Some of the dust around the edge of the room actually begins to sort of like gravitate towards the wall. And you see one of the light bulbs set in the wall kind of begins to light up a little, just this very faint orange glow.
Oh, I think we've got company.
And you see this electricity begins to form, and you see forming out of the wall from the electricity itself a shape, a humanoid shape kind of pulls out of the wall as the sparks of electricity come from the wires all around, kind of pulling towards it.
Hello there.
This it's far. This is like out in kind of the hallway area. What is Glass's sort of relationship with spirits at this time?
Glass loves ghosts.
Yeah.
Just thinks the whole idea is fascinating.
Um,
Always
you
hopes
say-
when they come to this part of town to steal things that they'll see a ghost.
Jackdaw sort of pulls up and says, Did you say something?
Look.
Oh, shit, get down. Like pulls you back.
What?
That's
Just want to talk to it.
it's a bloody echo. Don't talk to it.
Why not?
It'll kill us.
You don't know that.
Well, it's a real. You're the one talking about not taking risks.
Right, fine.
Just
I just want to see what it's doing.
fine. I'm gonna get the safe open. Just don't antagonize it.
Antagonize you.
I'm gonna keep whatever's in the safe for myself.
No, you are not.
No, it goes back
I know
to
where
the
you
start.
sleep at night. You know that, right?
Well, find your own bed then.
I'm gonna go see what it's doing.
You duck out kind of to the hall, like peering out, and you see forming from the wall and then beginning to float down. You see a figure of like looks like probably like a woman in a long like ball gown floating down the hall. And you see her hands moving towards the walls as the electricity, like the light bulbs, the wiring there sparks and needs to power up just from the presence of this echo here, and reaches the end of the hall and stops for a moment before turning and leading off down a corner.
I'll be right back.
Keeps working on the safe. You follow out down the corner and you see this woman. This echo leads down kind of further into the home, and there's a music room off to the side that she glides into. There's some smashed mirrors here, but some of them are still intact, which reflect this otherworldly light that is cast from this spirit as she floats towards the edge of the room where a ruined piano sits, and she moves around towards it and sits at the piano.
I'm just peeking around the corner.
Okay, you're just watching, and as you
I'm a little afraid of a ghost.
as you stand there and watch, you just hear like the vibrations in the air, and you almost begin to hear what sounds like music carrying through the vibrations. Just this lonely, somber melody. It's a little bit off key, just from the nature of its projection, carrying out from the spirit, and you're sort of enwrapped by it and captivated by it in this moment. And as you stand there and watch, you see the spirit kind of twitches a bit and the music stops. And you see its attention turn towards your direction.
Back around the corner.
Okay. You gonna try to hide from it?
Yeah.
All right. Let's do another roll.
I'm scared of a ghost.
So I think this would be prowl, right?
I assume so.
Go ahead and roll.
That's
no
a
assistance
6.
this time. It's a 6. All right. 6, full success. You hide, kind of ducking around the corner. There's a small closet. I think you duck around the corner, actually backtrack a little bit further to the first hallway that this spirit turned down, stopping, looking out, and you see the spirit floats out from the room, kind of hangs there for a minute, and then disperses into the air. And then you feel a hand on your shoulder. Where did you go?
Just down the hall.
Jackdaw is behind you, has a bag that seems a little more weighted than before.
Did you get it open?
Well, yes, I did, and then I turned around and you weren't there.
I told you I'd be right back.
Did you really follow the ghost down?
Yes,
the
of
hole?
course I did. You kidding?
Devils take you. You're going to get yourself killed one of these days. One of these days.
But at least my death will be interesting.
Well, I don't want an interesting death. I want a death many, many years from now. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. Plenty of money to spend now. And you, two of you, abscond, leaving, and we cut back to the present. And we're going to leave this scene, and we're going to cut to a different room. As we leave the room with Will and Will and Glass out into the hall, and then darting to the side where this dense smoke and perfumed air is carrying from in the back rooms of the brothel. And it is here that we see several courtesans draped in finery, just perfumed oils sort of glistening on their skin as they're speaking with patrons here, sitting and lounging on chairs. There's a small, like, kind of hookah in the center of the room with dream smoke wafting off of it that these patrons are partaking of as they're drinking and smoking, and are very well enwrapped in the ecstasy of this evening. But over sort of watching over this gathering as the proprietor of this establishment, we see Salome. Salome, will you please describe yourself?
It's impossible not to see Salome in a room, as she is the epitome of statuesque. She is quite tall, especially in the very tall heels that she always wears. Her signature color is red. Maybe with a little bit of black thrown in here or there, including the very bright, opulent ruby right in the center of her chest, before above her sizable assets. She is always impeccably dressed. As the proprietor, she is the face of the establishment, and therefore the face must always be lifted and painted and looking its absolute best.
Lovely. And as Salome sort of moving gracefully around the edge of the room, watching over, make sure everybody is enjoying themselves thoroughly, you are you see your two of the courtesans that frequent here, their business at your establishment. They don't work for you, but they pay you a small fee in exchange for utilizing your facilities here. You see Jade and Florence as they're speaking with some of the patrons here, paying for their services. You watch as Jade speaking with a like a middle-aged kind of like businessman type. You pretty easy. I imagine Salome is easily able to kind of clock somebody's profession just based on seeing them, sizing him up. They're enjoying themselves and speaking, and he excuses himself to go use the restroom. And Jade stands at that moment, kind of moves across the room towards you, subtly to engage in some private conversation, and she says, well, it seems like business is going to be profitable tonight. I'll be giving you your tithe here shortly once I've received my payment. Thank you, as always, Salome, for keeping up your establishment here.
It is my absolute pleasure, Jade. You know this. And my other tithe? Anything interesting from this evening's patrons?
Nothing to speak of. I don't believe this fellow knows much. To be certain, I'll let you know if I'm able to squeeze anything else out of him.
Anything can be important
Hmm.
at any time. Remember.
Of course. And you can see she looks at you. She's a bit younger than Salome, is like newer to this to the game here. But she's picked up on it pretty quickly. You know, it's one of the reasons, again, pros and cons of your establishment here. It's not as well known, not as well frequented as some of the others in Silkshore. You don't get as many of the the more profitable, probably your most profitable courtesan that works out of here is Glass. The others, you get a small bits and pieces here, but it does its work. But you see a stream of courtesans come through here. As soon as they're popular enough to afford to stay at one of the nicer establishments, they usually move on that direction. But Jade looks to you, and you can sense a little bit of like, there's a bit of concern across her face. You're not sure if it's necessarily posing something she's about to, the fear of whatever she's about to posit towards you, or something else. But she clears her throat and says, I do have a question for you, actually.
Of course.
I do very much appreciate your facilities here. And I'm a bit concerned, though.
Oh?
Well, I picked up some news earlier this week. Apparently, there was a incident at the Honey Bowl and in Night Market last week.
What sort of incident?
Apparently, the Wraiths, who you would know is another faction in Dustfall, small criminal element, not much unlike your kind of group here. Says, well, they robbed or hit the Honey Bowl last week, and it sort of out of nowhere, and they stole something from a Leviathan hunter captain while he was frequenting their establishment.
Which captain?
I don't know offhand, but just I get a bit nervous hearing from that. This was a premier brothel, and if they're going after establishments like that and people like that, this sort of place seems like it might be easy pickings for them. So I'm concerned. Is there any sort of? I just want to know we're safe here.
Alarms, traps.
Sure.
The short answer, yes, my dear. There absolutely are.
Right.
And the shorter answer, eyeline goes down the way, points at the very large woman in a very large hat.
There's a mysterious figure with a duster and a big hat down the
Ranger.
way.
Whatever our other defenses may let in, though none have, in my understanding, in the almost 10 years that I have been at this establishment, Grackle usually takes care of the rest.
Good. I appreciate your understanding. I just wanted to make sure.
Of course, absolutely. You should feel secure in your place of work.
I'm happy that you understand. I will need to refill on wine for the rest of my evening and get back to my companionship. But thank you for humoring me.
Can I make a roll here?
Sure.
This, as paranoid as Salome is, this smacks of casing my place.
Ooh, okay.
So I would like to perhaps roll to see if that is sort of what she was going after.
Okay.
That's kind of why I left things vague.
So what do you want to roll?
I guess this would be... What would this be?
Probably a like study
or
or
survey?
So survey is understanding you survey a location or situation to understand what's going on, sense trouble before it happens. Study is studying a person, document an item with close scrutiny to gather information and applied knowledge. So I think either one could apply here.
Okay, well, it's the same. It's the same for me either way. It's
Yeah.
only one, so I just rolled a one.
So it's one die. We're gonna set this at, I'm gonna say controlled. You're just getting a read on the situation. This is something you could do again if you wanted to. And I'll set the effect here at standard.
Okay. First roll. 6. We like the first roll.
Damn. Okay, you do it. So yeah, you obviously, Salome, a bit paranoid, and those sort of questions would sort of raise that suspicion. But you look at Jade. I imagine Salome's pretty good about vetting people before they come to work here and stuff. And
oh yeah,
Jade does not have any affiliations with any other groups. You are fairly certain of that, and she legitimately seemed to relax when you gave her that information. Less in the like. Relaxed to a point that you don't believe would be insinuates that she was coming at you to try to dig at information.
She was,
like,
she was actually concerned.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But as she moves away from you and like smiles and places a hand on your arm, just reassured, and there's a way you catch a whiff of like her perfume, and it's a very familiar perfume. It's one that a lot of probably the newer courtesans use because it smells nice, but it's not too expensive, and it just sort of triggers a memory for you, and you're pulled back in time very early on in your establishment, when you were much newer at running this and had new men and women and other people working here, and a conversation interaction with Salia, as your protege, your premier, much like what Glass is now within your establishment. She is your number one at this point, very early on in your career here, and the two of you are actually, this is like during the day. The establishment's closed. You're in your kind of like normal dress. You're actually probably dressed down a little bit because the two of you are cleaning water off the floor from a drip coming from the ceiling, some sort of leak in the roof that has dripped down into the overnight into the bottom floor. And Salia, who is what does Salia look like?
Salia, I think, has the appearance and the build that I think later in life she sort of utilized in order to continue to be underestimated. Slight, small, almost fragile looking.
Mm-hmm.
But like shorter pixie hair, blonde, just almost ethereal in her fragility.
Yeah. And she's kind of clean, like the water's been gotten off the floor. She's kind of like scraping off the some of the mildew and everything that's built up on the wood, and she wipes some sweat from her brow. It's kind of like a mark across the side of her face. This is probably like the two of you have been working this establishment, getting and repairing it for some time, and you're like, she works pretty hard. And when she sets her mind to something, and she looks at you with those sort of piercing eyes, a bit of a smile on her lips, she says, "Are you absolutely sure that this is the place that you want to own? I mean, you could probably still sell it and find somewhere else if you wanted to at this point."
Oh, too many memories.
Too
Some
many
good.
memories. Uh-huh.
Some not so good. No, this place has good bones.
Well, I'm afraid we might have to take it down to the bones before we are able to do anything with it. So,
What do I always say? Work smarter, not harder.
harder, right.
Gotten the water out. A little bit of mildew. Easy. Goes to the bar. Grabs the highest proof alcohol. Gets that. A little bit on there. Try this, Dan.
Smart. Thanks. I wouldn't have thought of that. And it's not like it's going to smell any different. It already reeks of booze in here.
Exactly.
Scrubbing off the floor. She says, "I'm really excited, though, to see what you could turn this place into once you finally get some money coming in here."
Well, that's where you come in. I hope you're working as hard tonight as you are this morning.
You're going to have to let me rest for a few hours if you're planning on having me work tonight.
Of course, dear. No, I say we give it another once over, and then we should both take a rest before this evening's activities.
Fair enough. Well, the rest of the girls going to be here. Do you know who's going to be showing up?
At this point, who knows?
Well, you've got me around, at least. That's where all your money's coming from.
Very fair. Don't let it go to your head, though.
I won't. Trust me, I don't have any interest in running this place. That sounds like a dreadful bore.
You get used to it after a while.
Yeah.
And remember, the real coin doesn't come with what's left on the bedside table, dear.
Sort of like stops scrubbing at the ground and kind of sits back on her legs and looks up and says, "Right, the other stuff. And you're really okay with that? Just like taking the secrets, and doesn't it feel like a betrayal of trust or anything to you?"
When you come here, you being our patrons, there's a particular understanding, I think. Besides, if they wanted to keep a secret, why would they tell us?
All right. Fair enough. Some of these blokes are right stupid for telling us the things they do, though. Start scrubbing again.
Well, if someone... Let me tell you my philosophy, at least. If someone slips up and pretends that you're part of the furniture once, I'll let them have it. If you do it twice, whatever you say belongs to me now.
I'll keep that in mind.
Be sure you do. Information is everywhere, dear. Don't ever forget it.
Yes, Mum. She goes back to scrubbing again. And the scene fades away back to the present, where you look over a place that hasn't changed much since that time, but is different in other ways. And from there, we pan back out.
Could I actually, if we're going over to our final friend here,
Uh-huh.
you mind if I pop over and speak to Grackle?
Let's save that. I want to do everybody's
Okay.
scenes, and then we can start doing interactions.
Cool.
So, because it's all happening kind of at the same time. The last bit, we pan away from Salome, and across back out into the hall to the mysterious figure that was pointed out previously. Will you please describe your character, Grackle?
Sure thing. There's a tall, broad-shouldered, imposing figure darkening the corner. She's wearing a leather duster and a wide-brimmed hat. She's got tan skin and a long, loose, straw-colored braid. And she's tried to work on her welcoming manner, but for the most part, she has a grimace on her face and her arms crossed over her chest.
Love it. You are currently leaning against the wall, kind of your usual position. From this vantage point, you keep eyes on pretty much all of the rooms, see everywhere where everyone is going. You are you've been at it for a bit. It's getting kind of like mid to late in the evening here. The patrons have come and gone, and you're just kind of listening to the bits of conversation in the back rooms there, as you notice that Glass seems to be finishing up with their client in the side room. There's a gentleman who's been sitting on the couch. He's been here for a while. You would know, I think he's a regular here. His name's Evan. He's here pretty frequently, drinking. Is not usually this deep in his cups. Usually he comes, has a drink, and then leaves. This time he seems very drunk, and you see he's been sitting at this on this couch for a while, and you see his eyes kind of perk up a little bit, just out of the corner of your eye, as one of the patrons from the back room, who's been in there with Salome, comes out and begins to, I get to move the people now, and is walking through the hall and is heading down the main hall towards like the restrooms at the end. And you see Evan kind of perks up and begins to follow him that direction. What does Grackle do?
Has this guy got like murder in his eyes? Does he look like he's gonna be trouble?
You want to do a roll for it and see what you read off of him? Probably it's a
survey, right?
The survey is kind of what I was thinking. So if that's what you want to go with,
I'll survey.
Okay, we'll go with risky here.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll go risky standard.
All right, I got a 1.
You got a 1. Okay.
Well, if they want some privacy, I don't.
Yeah, Grackle, you see Evan get up. He's like eyes this guy, and you see him falling through. Not really sure. Like Evan's a bit. You see as he kind of moves past you, sort of staggers for a minute, and like braces against the walls, or catches himself, takes a deep breath, and keeps going. It could just be really drunk and could have just realized like, oh shit, I need to go to the bathroom. not uncommon. So, yeah.
I don't think she acts, but she's going to move so that he stays in view. Essentially, just kind of like take a step forward, no longer leaning on the wall.
Yeah.
And isn't necessarily looking at them, but like gets them in her periph as she continues to survey the rest of the room.
Okay. Evan keeps moving down the hall, and a few moments later, you hear a slam and then a crashing noise of something like breaking, sounds like a vase or something, and begin to hear yelling. You can hear Evan yelling from the other room, from back in the hall.
I see.
Uh,
Yeah, okay. That's enough.
yeah.
She'll darken the hallway with her form.
Yeah, you move down. You see Evan has like pushed this guy against the wall. The vase that was sitting on the table is broken, has fallen away as the table's jostled during this impact here. And Evan has him like pushed against the wall, and it's just like red face screaming in this man's face, saying, "It's like, you bastard, you absolute son of the devil! Why? Why'd you?" I don't understand. It was all a lie. You know me. You know I wouldn't do that. All right. And you see the man is saying, "It's like, son, will you please just get off?" And like turns towards you, Grackle, and says, "What are you doing? Get him off of me."
I want to say that there's the sound of feathered wingtips behind them, as one Grackle lands on the table beside them. And then they hear a few more feathered wingtips as several more begin to gather. And Grackle begins to walk down the hallway with heavy boot steps. And she just stands in front of them and says, "They're going to be a problem."
So birds, your dark winged like carrion birds, these grackles begin to flutter in around, perching around as you almost like I don't imagine you have spurs, but I can imagine the sound of spurs in my head as heels hit the ground, and you stop there.
Just metal heels, you know.
Since you're using, are you so this is actually gets into like our teamwork roles. Are you attempting to like intimidate them at this point into like breaking this up?
Yeah, pretty
Okay.
much, yes.
So here's what I will say for this, because we're getting into these rules now. For teamwork, your grackles I think are the same tier as you. Are they also tier 0 or are they tier 1? I don't remember.
Let me pull open the I've got the cohorts page open.
Okay. So with your cohort, because they are an expert, they are not a gang, what is their expertise? Your grackles, like what do they
They're
give you?
at current quality equal to your current crew tier plus 1.
Okay, so tiers 1. And the do they have a they have descriptors and stuff. They have edges and flaws. What are their edges?
Their edges, I just gotta I was bringing them in as a thematic thing, but you're totally right. I should use them, actually.
We should use them, yeah. Well, and this is a good time to introduce like how this works too. I'd like to make sure we're doing it right.
Of course. All right, navigating this here thing.
Do you have them under the crew sheet, or do you have them under the?
Yes, they would be under the crew sheet under cohorts. I just need to remember how to open the crew sheet.
Okay, Hunter, you have loyal and independent. Okay.
Yep.
So they're tiers 1. So if we're doing a teamwork roll, you are essentially leading, you're engaging in this alongside your grackles rather than having them like commanding them to do something. So what we will do is you will just essentially get to add their tier to your die here for this intimidation,
So I
which will be
would
one extra die.
so I would roll for command and then add an extra die.
You don't
my
have to roll
grackles.
for command because you're engaging with them rather than telling them what to do. That's the difference here. Is like when you are working with your cohort, then you are making the check at the same time. It depends on what you're doing. If you're just like grackles intimidate and you want to do command, then it's fully on them. If you want to lead this, you can, and then you get their bonus.
Well, I'm working under the assumption that command is also the intimidate score.
Okay. Oh yeah, you are kind of commanding them in this sense. So yeah. Let's do a command then.
Okay.
And then we'll do
So I'll roll with my command and add for the grackles.
yes.
Okay, I'm rolling 3 dice right now.
Okay. And I'm gonna call
5.
this okay. I'm actually
sorry, I should wait until you tell me.
It's okay. We'll get used to it. I'm calling the difficulty for this because you failed the first one. I'm calling this desperate. And I'm calling the effect limited. Because you have already let this happen, it's your job not to let this stuff happen. So the effect on how the patrons are going to view this happening, there's only so much damage control you can do here. So since you already roll, we can honor the initial roll. You do have the option to push yourself to increase the effect if you wanted to do that.
That would be spending a stress to do that, right?
That would be, you spend 2 stress and you would get to up the effect here.
Yeah, I'll up the effect.
Okay.
I've already failed in the first part of my job. I better overdo the second part of it.
All right, you spend the stress, so it's 2 stress. You increase the effect, and there will be a complication here because you got a 5. But the also don't forget to mark XP because you rolled a desperate action. You mark it in the marker next to that trait that you use, like in your what is it? You did command, so that's in prowess, right? You have that.
Well, it's in resolve.
Resolve, sorry. Yeah, you would mark the resolve XP.
Okay.
Because that will help you at increasing your, when that gets maxed out, then you get to increase one of your abilities by 1.
Cool.
Julio. So I think that was it. The last thing I will say here is I'm going to be giving you a consequence. So you move in, you intimidate, you see Evan sort of backing down. I mean, Evan knows you and has worked with you before and is like kind of freaked out about the situation, is now like clocking that he's in trouble. You see he kind of like staggers back a little bit, releasing the guy. And the gentleman there that he was attacking stands back and straightens himself and looks to you and he says, "Isn't it your job to make sure this stuff doesn't happen in the first place? What good are you if this sort of riffraff can come off the street and attack a man in the middle of patronizing your business?"
I recommend the 2 of you move this outside before I show you what good I can do.
I am a paying customer. I was attacked, and now you're telling me to leave.
So far as I'm concerned, both of y'all are paying customers and a pain in my ass.
So the consequence that I'm giving here is a more narrative consequence of his opinion on this establishment. Not necessarily on you, which is the mostly like he still is intimidated by you, but the effect on the establishment is still there. You have the option now, introducing one more mechanic of resisting, a resistance roll to avoid the consequences here and potentially get him back in a line, and like limit the consequences that are happening. Normally you could do this to reduce like harm that you're doing, but you can also do it for any sort of consequence. So here's the way resistance rolls work is you, if you decide you want to resist, you just get to tell me. I'm not going to prompt it from y'all most of the time. You just have to tell me like, I want to resist that consequence happening. You automatically succeed in resisting once you decide that you're going to do it. It just happens. Like the penalty will automatically go down if you say you're going to resist. Then what you do is you roll to determine how much stress you're going to take. Because when you resist, you take 6 stress, and then you would roll one of your ratings. So either prowess, resolve, or finesse. Prowess, resolve, or insight, and you would whatever you got on the die would reduce the 6 stress you take by that amount.
Right.
So you have that option here if you want to use it.
I do have that option. Would you like to inform me of how exactly stress is is relieved?
What stress?
Because
what stress is and kind of what it could lead to and how you get rid of it.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll talk about that for a second. Stress is it's the mental and physical toll that you're outside of like harm, like bodily harm that you're taking. It is a sign of like how worn down you're getting over the course of a cycle. You can relieve stress only in specific ways. Usually you relieve stress, the most common way to relieve stress is during downtime after a job by indulging your vice, in which case that's how you get your stress down. That is pretty much the only way to get rid of your stress. There maybe some of you might have abilities, there might be other things that you can do to get rid of it, but that's pretty much the only way. So it is a limited resource. If your stress box fills up, you get a trauma, which is a permanent condition on your character that influences roleplay and can have some effects on you. If you accrue 4 traumas, your character retires and they're done. So you want to avoid getting traumas.
Cool. I think I'm gonna want to try and keep some gas in the tank here.
Yeah.
And this has the potential to give me a lot of stress.
It does. Yeah.
So I'll take the L on this one.
Yeah. That is totally fair. And the thing I'll mention too, I know we're getting a little bit in the weeds with the mechanics, but I do want to make sure you all understand when you do resistance rolls, you are rolling for your total in a given attribute. So like, for instance, if you have it's the amount of points you have in the different traits and the different actions. So if you have a point in hunt and a point in survey, you'd have 2 points in insight. It doesn't matter how many points you have in that trait. It is only whether you have a point in any of those traits. So you can have at most 4 points in your in any trait for in any attribute for these roles. Anyway, that's a long way to explain. We'll get there when we get there, but I just want to make sure I understood that. So you decide to hold back. He gets a little irritated and begins to I think he just storms out. After you told me, Evan kind of stops saying like lets him leave, and Evan actually begins to walk past you and kind of stumbles, kind of collapses into the wall,
Still
slides.
catch him.
You catch him, and he begins to sob.
There is a look on her face like, Jesus Christ. She's just gonna like hold him for a second and just sort of like look around like, somebody like with social skills.
He just begins to talk to it, like as you're holding. He's like, I'm sorry. I'm really I really didn't. I'm sorry, Grackle. I'll leave. I promise. I don't know what got over me. I don't know what I'm gonna do, and that son of the devil just. I'm sorry. I'll leave.
Hey now, Evan, are you in some kind of trouble?
You could say that. I got fired. I would say that Evan works at one of the gambling dens near here, one of the gambling halls, as a dealer, and he says that you fired me last week for stealing coin from the table, and I promise I didn't steal nothing. And I tried to tell him, and it all happened after that. And this guy came by and was talking with the manager, and he came to talk to me afterwards and tried to give me money if I tried to bribe me. I said no, and then the next day I came in and they told me that they had to let me go because I was taking money from the hole. And I don't know how I'm going to feed my daughter.
Well, you sound slipperier than a greased sewer weasel. Listen here, Evan, you go home, you get yourself some sleep. You come back here, we'll see what we can do for you.
That's very kind of you. I appreciate it. I just won't happen again. I'm just worried if I can't find a job, Lila's going to starve. She's barely eating enough as it is.
Ain't nothing gonna happen to Lila.
All right. I'll go. Please tell Salome I'm sorry about making a scene. I'll pay for the vase if it needs to be fixed. If you need a new one.
You ain't gonna be paying nothing without no job.
Right. He stands back up, kind of back to his own feet. All right. Thank you.
She'll walk him to the door. Up in the air whether or not it comes across as comforting or intimidating, but she makes sure that he gets down the street okay without any knives in his bag.
Yeah, you escort him. He makes it out to the alleyway and walks down the down the path following the water as he heads back home, and his voice and his words sort of ring in your ear as he as you see the desperation on his face, talking about his daughter. And out here in the cool night air, Grackle, you are lost for a moment in your own memories, and we cut back to a much different time in a different place. There's actual sunlight in those rare duskfall days where the sun is able to shine through the gloom and the clouds. A little bit of light is catching the balcony of this small apartment in the city, and there are boxes stacked up. It's a cramped apartment full of boxes, old furniture, all kind of piled together, and an empty bird cage that that is sitting on the table with three grackles that are fluttering around the apartment that a young grackle is tending to. What does little Grackle Jack look like?
Gosh, she's got just a mop of blonde hair. She's got a gap-toothed smile. Up in the air whether it's missing because of, baby tooth or if she'd been fighting. She's scuffed, a little bit dirty, like mostly unkempt. And she's just chasing the birds around with snacks in her fingers, trying to train them.
Yeah, you're like just crumbs littered around the apartment, as mixed in with the feathers and the bird shit all over the place. And there's a door closes and heavy footfalls come in as your dad walks in the apartment, says, now I asked you please to keep those birds. Jack, come on now.
Well, Papa, they don't like being cooped up. How am I ever supposed to train them to come to my finger if they sitting in a cage all the time?
All right, God, you're too smart for your. You got me there, okay? But can you at least not make more of a mess with the crumbs? Let's. Okay,
I'll clean it up.
As long as you promise to get it cleaned up.
And before too long, I'll get them so well trained they'll be able to help.
You really think so? You can get some of your birds here to fly around your clothes and fold them for you, and do your laundry and do your
get
chores.
3 of them together. I think they could lift a broom.
He moves over to you, kind of squats down and tussles your hair a little bit, and says, I don't know what to do with you some days, but if you weren't the only good thing going on right now, I'd oh boy. You know what? You keep it up. Don't listen to your old man. All right.
She sort of like sobers up a little bit and like tries to smile for him, but like she knows how hard it is.
He kind of rummages through and like after tussling your hair and like begins moving to the kitchen, trying to get something together to eat. You hear a bit of a sigh as he opens up some empty cupboards and closes them. He says, how much of that bread you got back there still?
She's gonna like pull her like pockets inside out and a couple of rolls will fall out.
Let's see if we can do something with those. And he starts getting together, and it's like, maybe at the time you don't know, it's like he's making some food and getting some things together, and he slides it across to you. You realize like he makes you some dinner, getting some mushrooms and some other that's been sort of brined, and with the there's like some little bits of cheeses and stuff he's been able to have. He makes you some food and slides it over, but very rarely does he actually eat with you. And looking back, it's probably because he didn't eat those days. But he slides it across to you to eat and says, go on, eat it.
Just stuffs her little cheeks and like offers some to her birds, who like seem to be like now that there's like better offerings, like they absolutely way like it's way more effective. I think that like between that she's able to get them back in the cage.
Yeah. He sits there and across the counter from you and watches, sort of smiling and laughing as you're playing with your birds, and he says, well, I'm gonna have to be doing putting in some longer hours. longer shifts at the factory, so I might not be home as early as I've been since we got here. But there's a Miss Johansson down the hall. She's a nice lady. She said she'd check in on you, make sure you're doing okay. Just make sure you're not getting in any trouble. All right? No more fights, okay?
Yes, Papa.
I know things a bit new here. People a bit different and talk funny. But,
She nods. She looks up and says, I miss the horses.
Yeah, me too. Don't really have those here. But got lots of other things. Mostly opportunity. Both of us. Kind of like bops you on the nose. Says, things will get better. I'm going to take care of you. All right.
She smiles at him. And she'll offer one of the rolls.
Says, it's all right. I ate before I got here. I'm good. You eat up. You're hungry.
Sort of munches on that.
He looks, one of your grackles sort of flits and moves over and begins to peck at the little bits of bread on the counter from where you've been just chomping away. Says, he smiles, lets out a big sigh, and says, you know what? People say grackles don't belong in Dustfall, but I think they're going to do just fine. He messes with your hair again and says, finish eating and get washed up for bed. And he stands up from the counter, and in that moment, back to the present. So you're standing on this alleyway, and Evan ducks out of sight. And as we have introduced our 4 characters with some information and maybe some things to share with each other, we're going to go ahead and take our break here.
Save our sweet babies!
Papa, how fucking dare you?
God damn it.
That was amazing.
Don't worry, he's fine. Definitely.
He's definitely fine. All characters introduced and backstories definitely fine. All right, let's go ahead and take our break. Thank you everyone out there for watching. We will be back in a few minutes. We're just gonna rest and take a little bit of break, get a snack, drink something. We recommend you do the same.
Loosen this corset! Ugh.
You decide to wear a corset for our
It
stream.
looks great.
It looks great. That's gotta hurt. So
It's not
we will be back in a few minutes. Recommend that you take a break, and we'll see you soon. Stay tuned. And welcome back, Internet. Thanks for hanging out with us while we took our break. We're just gonna jump right back in. We have introduced all of our characters, gotten some little scene setting. Everybody knows what's going on at the jewelry box. And yeah, I think we'll just jump in. Do we want to kind of cut forward to after hours? Would that be the thing to do? Like, it's really up to y'all. I mean, like, at this point, the stage is set, and y'all really get to drive the action here. I mostly am going to react to what you're
Might
doing.
need to do some damage control as Jade's money for the evening just walked out the door.
Yeah.
So might have to talk to some folks, find Jade another patron for the evening, smooth over some flustered feathers, no pun intended, Grackle, and yeah.
Okay, so if you're going to be trying, it sounds to me like this is maybe a role for something.
Maybe a sway.
Sway works, yeah.
Okay.
So just so we're at home, I realized it's on break. I started a clock for the effects of what happened in the hallway with Grackle. And if I started a bad reputation clock. We're not singing the song again. And it has 2 out of 4 segments checked. But yeah, let's do the role play of like Grackle. So where we ended like in time wise, Grackle, you have just escorted Evan out of the bar.
I think that's perfect because after my interaction with Jade, I was going to walk over and try
You're
to
gonna go find
talk to
Grackle.
Grackle anyway.
So the two
Yeah.
of you probably intersect in about like the main area of the bar. Actually have to despawn some people off of here because Grab and Smash left too.
Get out. We're closed.
Yeah, Grackle is on her way back to her spot and like notices that Salome has crossed the room and like is immediately like tail between legs, like, ah, shit, I'm in trouble. And she just sort of saunters over. Sorry about that, Miss Salome.
About what? What happened?
Well, looks like Evan's fallen on hard times. Had a little spat back in the corner.
Is Lila all right? His daughter.
For now, he lost his job.
If he can do some loading work, I'm sure we could spare something.
Grackle like leans in to whisper in her ear. Sounds like someone is trying to pay him off.
And that's how he lost his job.
Nods. He didn't go through with it, but you know how reputations can get ruined.
True. Have him come by in the morning. We'll talk about something.
Already
what were
did.
you? Well done. What were you talking about? What happened?
Now, someone's trying to pay him off out of, I don't know.
No, you said sorry about that, Miss Salome. What happened?
Well, usually I try to stop an altercation like that before it happens. For some reason, I just thought Evan wouldn't be a problem.
Evan started a fight.
Told you. He's real cross about losing his job. He's worried about his daughter.
With who? Starts looking around like, shit.
What was the name of the guy I chased out?
I don't think he knew his name, but he was the one that Jade was with.
Yeah, didn't catch his name. He was with Jade.
All right. Keep a handle in here, and if anyone else who looks like they have coin walks through the door, send them immediately in with me.
Sure, thanks, Salome.
Patch things up with Jade.
Miss Salome.
Yes.
I'm used to sucking on hardtack and sleeping in saddles. It's mighty comfortable here. It's too comfortable. I'm getting antsy.
How antsy?
We have another situation like that, you might just see.
Maybe we can solve a couple problems at once, including your antsiness. Give me till tomorrow.
Salome.
All right.
She nods, goes back to her corner.
Anyone else look like they got coin that I can persuade them toward Jade this evening?
Also, Fume, seeing that Grackle and Salome have stopped talking, will wave Salome down.
Yes.
Madame, tonight's shipment came a bit understocked. I apologize. It seems some ruffians are hitting the supply lines. We have some in the back, but I don't think it'll last us the month.
Was it the Wraiths?
New player on the board. Name escapes me at the moment.
Remember.
Sorry, yeah.
It's Ulf Ironborn.
Ulf Ironborn.
Thank you. Was that so hard?
Uh,
All right.
I could extend the stash's life if I were to cut it down with a couple of the chemicals I have on hand, but there's
you need to. Give me the quarter of it now. Try experiments on another quarter. If they're successful, do the rest. If not, leave what's left over.
Your wish is my command.
Gives him a pat on the shoulder. Glad to have you around.
I wonder if
What
that
bad
really-
news does Glass have? Come on, come on.
I started a new
I
clock,
never
by
had
the way.
any
It's a
bad
six.
news.
It's a six segment clock for out of drugs.
Out of drugs, bad reputation, and out of drugs. No.
This is the life of a business owner, folks. What are you gonna do? All right.
this
At
really
least
is
it's
a
not a
fancy
heretic investigation, which is the one right above those. No, Glass will come out. Out of drugs, 2 out of 6 just popped up.
Damn it!
Like in the middle of the screen. Oh my god. You guys, one more multiverse is so fun.
This is so fun
It's
doing the
really
clocks
fun.
and
Great.
stuff.
If you hadn't
This is
poked
what
around
I
in
miss
it,
from
do
Powered
it.
by the Apocalypse is setting up the clocks and just being like,
They're fun.
juggle these, do it.
Yeah, Glass will come out probably around this time. 1, because Will's time is up, and 2, because they heard shouting and are easily bored. Go towards the shouting. So we'll see Will off.
Will bids farewell
yeah.
and
I just tell him,
leaves.
like, come back and see me before you leave.
Of course, ma'am. Thank you. Or not, ma'am. But of course, Glass. Thank you.
It's all right.
And yeah, well,
And then when they turn around, the face is just immediately like, just gone. The smile is gone. Sits at the bar. So what happened?
It seems to me. Or are you asking Salome?
I'll ask you. I
It
assume you're
seems-
over here. Do you leave
Uh,
the bar ever?
Only at night.
And we don't know where he goes.
To my room.
We don't know where he goes.
Underneath his
no.
bed where the secret floorboard opens up into a ratway. It seems that a gentleman, Evan, usually talks to Salome, accosted one of the patrons and promptly kicked about both of them.
Evan.
Yeah, from what I can gather, he was the aggressor.
Never thought he had it in him.
Honestly, he was pretty plastered.
That'll do it, I suppose.
I don't really know what's going on with Evan at the moment. Pretty sure Jack would be able to fill you in on that information. How'd your night go?
Good. Poor Will. He made it back, you know.
Leviathan hunter, correct?
Mhm. I think this is his first one.
Oh no. Oh
Good thing.
no. I'm surprised he wasn't over here at the bottom of a bottle.
He's got a goal in mind that's keeping him going. Do you know his sister died?
Oh.
He had enough to keep a heartstone, but not quite enough for the hull, so...
No, Hulls these days are very expensive, from my understanding.
Extremely. And hard to get if you want a decent one.
Your usual.
Yes, please.
Fume turns around, reaches for a top shelf bottle, pours like a highball, and slides it across.
Anything else fun?
I will be doing some experimentation on some conspiratorial lean modified dream smoke if you wish to meet me later tonight.
Sure, why not?
It'll be a rip-roaring good time, as the kids say.
I don't think they say that.
Do they? Has the vernacular changed in the last 20 years?
How old are you?
25.
How long have you been 25?
A while.
His skin sparkles.
This is the skin of a killer glass.
Whatever.
I know what you are.
A shonen
Say it.
protagonist.
Whatever. What are you doing to it?
I do have some distilled caffeine that I would love to add to said dream smoke. It would probably give much like a sugar high. I'm going to be up all night. It's going to be fantastic.
Right, yeah, I'll be there. I don't have anything until tomorrow afternoon.
Are you more of a downer person?
Yeah,
Inhibiting
no,
wise.
Look at me. I'm the picture of an upper.
Knee slap. Well, let's get fun. Let's get wild. A little crazy with it.
Maybe I'll summon a ghost.
Let's not do that.
Maybe I'll summon 2 ghosts.
That's how you get the Inquisitors in here.
I'll go hound Grackle about what happened. We don't have to play it out so Danae doesn't have to tell the story like a third time.
Like the third time.
I just want
She
you to know that I
doesn't.
am hounding you about what happened.
She refuses to give you anything. Like, she acts like she's being interrogated by a cop.
Yeah, Grackle just eventually just go back to your post, leaning against the wall, and Glass just
Come on.
asking you questions. Just
Evan hit someone.
Oh, well, my lawyer.
You like one of those guards where I'm not supposed to touch your hat? Because I'll touch your hat.
Just stony face, not even looking at you.
You're no fun. I'm gonna go do weird science with Fume.
oh boy. All right.
Next time, I'm touching the hat. That's a promise.
So let's Fume and Glass are gonna do some science. And Salome, you were gonna try to smooth things over with Jade.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I
At the
want
very
more
least,
part of that.
at the very least, I don't know if swaying Jade or working the crowd that's still there in the room to try and at least re-up her time and commitment for the evening and get her another client.
That's up to you.
I'm gonna try to get her another client, and then if that doesn't work, then I will try to smooth things over with her.
Okay. Getting new clients is like consort.
I think so, yeah. Which I only have one in. Okay.
Okay. And again, these are things that people can help with if they want. But you also can. There are a couple other options. We could do a devil's bargain. You could get an additional die that way. Or
What's
you
that do?
So
I forget.
there are 2 ways in which you can get additional dice. One is to push yourself, where you spend 2 stress, or somebody can assist you by taking 1 stress themselves to assist you on your roll. Or a devil's bargain. I offer you something fun, and you get additional die.
Offer me something fun.
I'll let you all know too. Other players can offer a devil's bargains as well if you have ideas. That is totally up to y'all. If y'all think like, oh, here's a good idea for a devil's bargain for this role, have at it and recommend it, because that's part of the fun of this game. So yeah, So if you want Devil's Bargain here, okay. Here's what I will give you with your Devil's Bargain. The probably running into a Jade is that so the man that you would know the man's name that she was currently with, his name is
Okay.
Cobb. He is a proprietor, an owner of the gambling den that Evan was fired from, and so pretty well off, like as a would be a good patron for Jade to have. If he's off the menu now, you need somebody who is going to make Jade some serious, like you probably need some promise there. So what I'll give you is that you do know of another patron that he's not at your establishment right now. He does frequent it occasionally, but you might be able to put her in contact with Captain
Sure.
Panzia, who is a Leviathan hunter captain, very well off, and it might owe you a favor to, or might take, you might be able to bend his ear to
He's a pal of mine.
try a new consort. So if you want to potentially try to set her up with him, I'd give you an extra die for that.
Yeah, let's get Theo in here eventually. Yeah, I'll do it. Yeah.
Okay. So I will have you so you can make your consort roll with an extra die.
5.
5. Okay.
5 and a 2.
With a 5, some mixed success. And I think that fits in the narrative here. He is obviously not here right now. You imagine he's probably somewhere in Silkshore, enjoying his short leave. But he is. She won't be able to obviously make the money that she was going to tonight. So might put you in a little bit of. She might not be too happy about that.
Can I waive her tithe for the evening? Let her have her chances with anybody else she might be able to find this evening, but I'll waive her her fee.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
So you
Like
so
I'm
Jade,
made of money here.
so Jade,
sorry.
you have a she says, so I'm sorry, Cobb just left.
Unfortunately, yes.
That was a sure thing.
There seemed to have been a bit of a business situation that he had to attend to. However, I shall have a wonderful friend of mine, a Leviathan captain, coming by tomorrow that I would love to make some introductions with for you. So why don't you, gives the coin back from earlier, take the rest of the evening, find another client for tonight, and the room's on me this evening. Come back tomorrow and meet Theo.
Right. I'm trusting you on this. If that falls through, I will take my business somewhere else.
I completely understand, but we won't have to deal with that because tomorrow you and Theo will be fast friends.
All right. Thank you, Salome.
Enjoy your evening.
Looking a little disappointed, she heads back to the room and looks for someone else to comfort for the evening.
Similarly to Glass, turns from the room.
All right.
Glass and Fume get high.
Yeah, that seems like the only, unless there's anything else anybody wants to do, I think that would be the next one to do.
I want to poke around for information about Cobb.
Okay. Let's do the stuff with
Yeah, do
with
some high
Glass
stuff first.
and Fume.
Tinker check.
Yeah, well, so here's what I'm debating here. This may be a project for you. Or well, so what are you thinking? You want to try to craft something short term to maybe help with this?
Essentially, he's Fume's going to prototype something, and
Okay.
then they're going to test to see if it's sustainable.
Okay.
To essentially
Do you want to invent something?
water down the Dreamwave so we can stretch it out for the rest of the month until we find a new supplier.
Okay. So let's decide what it's going to be. Well, I guess because you're making Dream Smoke, so that's something that already exists. But so we don't necessarily need to go through the creation questions about like what the tier and everything's going to be because it's the same thing, right?
Right. Well, I'm figuring that Fume will be cutting it with some different substance.
That's a good point. What I am deciding here. So we can do it this time. So because we're in kind of a weird position, this would be normally a downtime thing. We're kind of in a free play downtime period here at the beginning anyway. But I will allow it for this time.
Okay.
Let's do trying to decide what this might be. Yeah, I guess you can just try crafting it. You can just do a crafting roll.
Okay.
Is that what you were thinking?
Yep.
Okay. So you're gonna be rolling Tinker.
Okay, so that's 3 dice. Oop. And yeah.
All right. So yeah, you just go ahead and roll. Glass, you're helping.
Sure, I'll help.
Okay. Are you going to spend a stress to provide assistance or what is your?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
I'll help
So
with science.
you can spend a stress and Fume get to roll an additional die.
Cool. Where is the roll button? No.
So the effect, I think for this. I should think for crafting rolls we don't do quality. We don't do
so we do this.
any of that. So yeah, no, you just roll for crafting.
Okay.
You just do risky standard.
Made an accident. Sorry.
Did you break it?
Almost. Tinker, and then we do an adjustment, and we roll. Wow. 5.
5 and 3 ones.
3 ones and a 5.
Jeebus. A 5 is still good. So you can craft an item of quality equal to your tier. Your tier is 0. And Dream Smoke is tier 1. You would have to spend 1 coin to get it up to what you need to be.
We don't have any coin. This is a botched batch.
Yeah. So since you don't have any coin to spend, you spend a couple hours trying to put this together. It's just you don't have the resources that you need to make this work right now.
Well, Glass, old friend, it seems that I've hit quite the conundrum.
Okay.
passes over the hookah pipe to glass. We are out of said material for anything drug related.
That's unfortunate.
Right. It seems that we must go procure new stock. So I will bring that up with the madame in the morning. But for now, let us enjoy our off hours.
Sounds good. It'd be nice to get out again, though.
It would be. Don't think we've had a score in a while.
No? I think Grackle's starting to get itchy.
Yeah, we could hit that Iron Knuckle guy, whatever his face is.
Oh, right.
He's hitting the supplier, so I'm sure there's a stock somewhere in his territory.
That's sort of 2 birds, 1 stone.
2 Grackles, 1 stone.
Even better.
Grackle in the corner squawks at you.
No. Sorry, would you like the birdie like?
I'll see what I can dig up on him.
It would be very much appreciated. I know that I am quite chipper sometimes, that I don't really have the personality to be a people person.
It's a lot of work.
It looks like a lot of work, and at least you're getting paid for it.
Quite well sometimes.
Fume will settle into this beanbag-esque chair that's in his room. Yeah.
Night is winding down. It sounds like we're heading towards maybe planning a score, but
Yeah.
I think we're at the beginnings of it. Salome and Grackle. Salome, you said you wanted to do some information gathering.
Yeah.
Okay. You can definitely do that. Who are you trying to gather information? You went on Cobb?
Yeah. Because it sounds like this guy screwed over a decent human being.
You definitely can. Cobb works within this district too, so that's within your area of influence too. So that's definitely possible for you to ask around. So yeah, you could do that. Is that something you want Grackle's help with, or are you doing it on your own?
How's Grack feeling?
She's gonna tear up the couch if you don't give her something to do.
All right, help me.
I would love to. How do I do that?
Okay, so we're doing gather information. We can either do an action roll or a fortune roll. If y'all have an action roll you want to try to do, otherwise we'll just do fortune. I'll just roll a fortune roll for y'all to see what you find.
What's your survey at?
My survey is only a 1.
I also have a 1 in survey.
My study is a 1, but I also, if we wanted to, well, my consort's a 1 too, so really, any of them.
If Grackle, so you have options. You can either do a group action that one of you can lead and the other one can assist with, and each of you can roll, and we'll take whatever the highest result is, or one of you can roll, and that's probably the best option because you'll be rolling 2 dice and taking the highest, and whoever leads, if one of you fails, the leader will gain 1 stress, because if you assist, one of you's taking 1 stress either way and rolling 2 dice.
Well, let me put it this way. Thematically, like, this would be Salome, like, putting out feelers to people she already knows, but the way that Grackle gathers information is by hitting the streets, going to, like, you know, the seedier parts of town and listening in on conversations, that kind of thing.
That might
so
be best. And then mechanically, you don't take another stress for helping me since you're a little stressed out today. So,
well, I was gonna say, like, if anyone should be taking stress, it's Grackle.
No, I'll help. I'll hit my paths, and then, but Grackle's doing the heavy lifting. So I'll go ahead and roll Grackle.
We'll do a group action. Salome will lead it, and so you both roll 1 die. And then Salome will only take a stress if Grackle fails on his or on hers. The what I'll tell you before we get into it, because I need to remember to give you a positioning and effect before y'all roll. Positioning is going to be I'm going to say you're just asking around your turf. I'll say this is controlled. You have time to do this. You could do it again if it fails. So we'll do a controlled positioning. I'm gonna say standard effect here for information gathering, which means you'll get good details, but you might need some clarifying and follow-up questions if one of you wanted to expend stress to bump it up, to push it, to bump it up to a great gathering. That you get like exceptional, you get all the information.
I'll do that if we get to it. Do we have to call
you
that
have to
before
do that
we roll?
ahead of time. You have to do that before.
Yeah, I'll take a stress. That's fine.
Okay. Well, you take 2 stress. You push
2 stress. Oh, okay. Cool.
Okay.
I'll take 2 stress.
You take 2 stress. You push yourself. So this will be, if y'all succeed, you will get the effect will be great. So go ahead, both of you roll.
We both were 1. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a 4.
I got a 5.
Nice.
Okay. Good thing is, Salome doesn't get any additional stress because you rolled 4. But the total for the result will be a 5. This is controlled. So your options here is either to I can either give you the information with a minor consequence, or you can try it again at a risky positioning. Or it would have reduced effect. Those are your options here.
You want to live dangerously? Take a minor
hell
or
yeah.
something? Yeah. Yeah, we'll do
Minor
that.
consequence. Okay.
Minor consequence.
So you ask around, you're asking about Cobb, right?
You.
So Cobb himself isn't really a member of it. Like, you ask around your feelers, Grackle running around looking for detail, shaking down some contacts, hitting the pavement. Salome, you hit a few of your nearby acquaintances, some fellow business owners on the row here. Cobb is a bit of a rat. I mean, he's just kind of like nobody really has much love for the guy. He runs a business and he's just in it to make money. He's not in it to make friends, but he doesn't run with any gangs or anything. Like, he's not affiliated with any groups. But what you find out is that it does seem like maybe somebody might be scouting him out. That recently, rumors, you hear that, and you find this out from a couple of your business, like your fellows, that some representative of the ink rakes has been making their way around around Silk Shore, specifically bribing and trying to bring some of the business providers for brothels and some other, and like gambling dens, basically people like in the know here, under their wing, trying to crowd in on the turf here in Silk Shore. Specifically, a fellow by the name that goes by TikTok was seen at or was talking with Cobb recently about joining their, like, taking a little bit of money on the side, getting some pay from the ink rakes for passing along some information. So you find that out through your investigations.
How do the ink rakes and the wraiths feel about each other? Is that something that I might know, knowing some politics of the area?
Yeah, I mean, I'll pass that. They don't really have any affiliation with each other,
Okay.
positive or negative.
Okay.
You know, the Ink Rakes are the like faction of like journalists, newspaper publishers, like information brokers for this for Dustfall. They're a faction that specializes in that. Y'all know that you have a kind of a negative standing with the Ink Rakes currently.
I may have a devious idea. Get to run you lot out. Bob's a fuck. He did wrong by Evan. He's a good guy. And the Wraiths are taking our stock. What if the Ink Rakes were either looking to make some money or looking for a little information to sell about a stockpiling of drugs? And what if they got double-crossed by Cobb?
Sounds like that would be a mighty big mistake on his part.
I would think.
Is that a mistake you want to make for him?
Oh, most definitely. Let me get some sleep. And then let's call a family meeting. I want to talk shop.
Will you hit on to bed? I'll close up.
Puts a hand on Grackle's shoulder. Whatever happens, we'll take care of Evan. I know you have a soft spot for him.
Does not respond to that.
Gives his shoulder a squeeze, heads to bed.
All right. So it sounds like we're planning a job. I gotta put on my heist music.
Having a galaxy brain moment.
Is this the one that I picked? Here we go. Heist music. All right. I should probably wait till RJ gets back. So let's move into let's do score. So y'all have decided on a target. Let's step out. Let's step into the meta here a little bit. Y'all decide on a target. That is the Ink Rakes.
Technically, it's the Wraiths.
The Wraiths aren't involved in any of this.
The Wraiths are involved in hitting up for our drugs.
No, that wasn't the Wraiths. That
Oh,
was
I'm sorry. I was confused.
Ulf Ironborn.
Okay, then that's okay. I got names confused. There was a lot of people introduced. Okay. Metagaming, here's my thought.
Okay.
Whoever stole our drugs. Right? I want to go steal them back. but I want to pin it on another faction to fuck over a cop.
Okay. So the ink rakes aren't really involved in this at all then, because you're trying to essentially target Ulf Ironborn, who's been fleecing or who's been hitting the red sashes for their supply, who you buy your dream smoke from. You're trying to hit the Ulf Ironborn for to reclaim your drug supply.
Yes.
And pin it on Cobb.
Yes.
Or pinning it on the ink rakes. Cobb's not a faction. Cobb's just a dude.
Cobb is just a dude, but he's being courted by the ink rakes.
Mm-hmm.
My thought, though, is that if he tried to pull some big job on his own and got caught, probably won't be getting courted again anytime soon.
That's true. Yeah, that's totally fine. Just want to know who's being affected by this. Okay, so all right. So at this,
and I'm just talking out my ass here, friend. So
no,
please chime in.
No, like I'm all down for ruining this NPC's life forever.
No,
yeah, he seems like
no, and from what I can tell, that's literally how Blades in the Dark is supposed to be played.
This is how it's supposed to go, is that like we have a vague idea of a score, and now we're gonna set into it is like, let's do this job. So let's talk through it then. So this is for people out there watching, this is Blades in the Dark. This is once you decide on who you're going to target, this is the meat of the game here. So we are going to be deciding. You have decided on criminal activity you're going to be doing. So we have that. Now we go to planning and engagement. So y'all decide what method you're going to be using for this job. Is it assault? You're doing violence against a target. Is it deception? You're luring, tricking, or manipulating. Stealth, you're trespassing unseen. Occult, engaging supernatural power. Social, which you negotiate, bargain, or persuade. Or transport, which is carrying cargo or people through danger. And a couple of those we can definitely write off. It doesn't sound like you're doing an assault. It doesn't sound like you're doing a transport. Those are definitely out. I think the strongest contenders for what you guys have described is like deception or so. This is on page 127 in the book, in case you want to look at it.
You can see it in One More Multiverse too.
Yeah, you pull it up in the wiki too. Yeah, if you want.
Well, if you're under score on the left-hand side, if you click choose your approach, they're just right there.
Oh yeah, I forgot. That's a nice little thing here. I could see how y'all could twist this into an occult thing if you really wanted to go that route. And obviously,
I'll twist anything into an occult thing.
I imagine that's what Glass votes for every time. It's like,
we'll make the ghosts do it.
I'm telling you, I can summon a ghost and tell it to do something.
Sure, Glass. Sure.
It kind of sounds like you're either doing it sounds like deception is kind of what you're doing here. You're luring, tricking, or manipulating. You're specifically trying to manipulate Ulf Ironborn into thinking. Well, no, you're trying to steal. The core of this is you're trying to steal the drugs from Ulf Ironborn. So that's probably actually a stealth at that point.
But then leave some incriminating something
that
along
is like
the way.
a secondary effect of this is that y'all want to try to at some point during the heist pin it on them. So all right, so stealth, trespass unseen. So your idea here is to do this and not get caught doing this. So we have to decide on the detail here. Like this is where we outline in a very narrow scope what it is that you're trying to do. So when you choose a plan, you provide a missing detail, like the point of attack, social connection, etc. If you don't know the detail, you can gather information some way to discover it. So what is the detail we're going to go? And if you're like, I'm not sure and I want to know more about a specific thing, I can do like a fortune roll and decide how much you know or what you're able to gather about that specifically.
Ulf's hideout. We do not know where it's located.
That is a good point.
Yeah.
I'll do a fortune roll.
You said we could also gather information.
That's what the fortune roll is for. Is
Oh,
gathering
okay.
information. Yeah, just a way to speed it up. So,
Okay.
I'm going to give 2 dice for the fortune roll because you have already been clued into some of the stuff that's going on. You do have an advantage here in that you've already had a contact that's put you in touch with kind of what's going on in the situation. So I'm going to roll.
Ooh,
Holy shit.
yeah, we
Double
know.
sixes, yeah.
We so know where he lives.
Okay, so everyone out there, I rolled a crit success. I
Oh,
rolled 2
that guy.
sixes.
I know, right?
Yeah. Y'all know everything about Old Firecourt.
Oh wait, we all used to date him.
You
that
forgot.
one.
He was the 5th member of your polycule.
Shit, that's what he's up to now.
Oh.
Oh my god.
He's got the
I
weird
can't
nipple
believe I
piercings
just
going
rolled-
on.
Can't believe I just rolled that.
It's very good.
Oh boy. All right, let me bullshit some stuff for you now.
Great.
So my map isn't loading. Fuck you. No, seriously, my map's not loading. Hold on, I gotta refresh the page.
Thank you.
I actually might take us all to the map here because it's probably more.
That's worth it. I mean, like, we got all of the information on him. We're gonna pinpoint him exactly.
Yeah, I mean, essentially.
Mhm.
All right. Bear with us, y'all. Still getting used to one more multiverse. All right, so I've got to go back to where y'all are at and then pull you along with
Take
me.
us.
So I'll go alone here.
There's a strange uptick in great-tailed grackles around Ulf's house.
Just so many fucking birds.
Why is there a child in the tree among the grackles? I'm
Where
25.
did they all come from?
There's a little
Alright.
boy up there.
Little boy, what are you doing?
Why is there a little boy in the tree?
Here's what you know about Ulf then. I'm just going to open the wiki and I'll just read this shit to you. So Ulf is a newcomer to Dustfall. Is I think I mentioned, is a Skullflander. Essentially came in with some refugees as a refugee of the Unity War. He is basically came in with another group of Skullflanders, specifically to like it's just trying to take over Tur. Is like he is a newcomer. He's trying to carve out his space, his slice of the pie here in Dustfall. He is from the information you pick up, he is ruthless. He is complete, like no job is off limits for him. He is willing to do anything to obtain his goals here. He mostly, like most of his jobs he does with his crews, like smash and grabs, that kind of stuff. But his most of what he like targets are especially like native Dustfallians. Like he is specifically like protective of the Skullflander community within Dustfall. A lot of like his is like the kind of the tensions, the cultural tensions between the Akrosi or Akarosi natives of Dustfall against like Skullflander refugees from the war has caused a lot of tension, and he's really essentially is pushing back against that.
Any of y'all from Skullflander? Are any of y'all Skullflanders? I know Glass isn't. Okay.
I'm from Severus.
Yeah. This territory.
Shit, I could have been from Skovlander. You guys could have had a Russian accent instead of a cowboy accent.
So there is a tavern called the Old Forge Tavern, which is a kind of turned into a gambling den, is what he operates out of. I believe that is, I don't know if that's actually on the map. Check. Nope, it's not. So we won't have a level for this one. But it is in Coleridge.
What's the name of the tavern again?
The Old Forge Tavern. Where's Coleridge again? There it is. It's the gray one in the center of the map. I'm actually going to go to cinematic mode so I can show you all.
Coleridge.
There you go. It is in this district, kind of center of Dustfall, main like manufacturing, like factory area. They do a lot of they do some of the like refinement for Leviathan blood. Most of that is done outside of the country because it's so toxic, but the like end of the process here, this is where most like the factories are, and that's where the Old Forge is.
Look at all that coal smoke.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
Very cool.
Okay. So we know where it is. We probably want to case it. And then we want to go steal some drugs.
All right.
Look
So
at
what
trains.
is?
Are these train lines I see?
Yeah, there are train lines.
Holy shit!
yeah,
I can
there
do a
are-
train
there-
heist.
There are train lines. That's definitely the trains run from most of the major cities in Akros. Like that is how you get places. There's a whole faction of railjacks that are specifically protect they maintain the trains and protect them from the spirits that roam the Deadlands between the cities. Like imagine high-speed rail train on haunted countrysides being attacked by ghosts trying
That's
to
very
protect ghosts.
cool.
It's such a fun. I love this fucking game, y'all. So
Well, are there like horse and buggy type?
there are carriages. Yeah,
transportation?
there are carriages with horses.
Are you
and
telling me I can steal a horse?
you definitely can steal a horse?
Oh my god, I'm so on board for this game.
We can get a carriage for the hideout, but it's drawn by goats.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's not the same.
not the same.
It's cuter.
Yeah, there are more goats than there are horses. Only really rich people can afford horses, or like the draft
that makes
horses they
sense.
used for like the factories. But yeah, it's mostly
One
mostly
day.
smaller livestock.
Oh my god, Grackle on a draft horse.
So back to the plan. So y'all know where he is. Let's see. Yeah, so we need a like a point of infiltration. Like how y'all want to get in?
Sneak in on a
Um,
train.
Into the casino?
I don't know.
One,
Not a casino.
not a casino, gambling den.
And what into the
Gambling
gambling?
den.
Just crash a train into the gambling den.
Is it one of those places that like used to be something else and is now a new thing?
Yeah, I think it was
Like
it
a-
was it
like a
used to be,
re-
it's because it's called the Old Forge Tavern. I think it literally used to be a forge and it's been converted into a tavern and now a gambling den.
Mhm.
Well, not too. What's the word?
So I will say, because if it used to be a forge, train lines do run behind the building.
Ooh,
Sneak in on a train.
time to jump.
Well, what are we stealing exactly? It's
Drugs.
drugs, right?
Drugs.
Yeah, you want to
Drugs.
steal the dream
Drugs?
smoke that he's.
How hard is it
Drugs?
going?
I mean,
to
if you let
be-
glass in there, they're gonna steal everything that's not nailed down.
That's
like,
fine, too.
How hard is it? How hard is it going to be to move that?
I could give
Like-
Will some money for his sister.
Is our
Yeah.
thing like? I'm
How
trying
fast do the trains move?
in the city, not that fast.
Okay. Go with
I'm-
me here. Get the shit out. In order to get it out, moving
to throw it on
train.
the train.
Throw
yeah.
it on the train.
Yeah, that sounds
So,
cool.
Let me.
I'm trying not to like plan ahead too
Yeah,
much
don't
because
plan.
that's
Yeah.
just plays in the dark.
The detail here is point of infiltration. How are y'all getting in?
train.
That's what.
Train.
So y'all want to try
Jump
to
on the-
sneak in using the train too, like
Yes.
jumping onto the roof.
Yeah, infiltrate
Perfect.
train, exfiltrate train.
That's all we need to do. So that's all the planning we do here. Now what we do here is the engagement roll. This is to see where y'all how close y'all get in your initial approach and where that turns out. So
I like the idea that we have hit Coleridge at one point before, and like this is just like the way that we do it. We call it the Coleridge sweep.
all right, I'm adding train as point of infiltration.
Yes.
Y'all let's I guess before we do engagement roll, we need to decide load. So you need to choose your character load.
Okay.
Now you don't choose what you're taking, you're just choosing what your total load is going to be. So let me go back to page 57 here because it gives a good description of kind of what that is. So you have the option between a light, normal, heavy, or encumbered load. So 1 to 3 load is light, 4 to 5 load is normal, 6 load is heavy, 7 to 9 load is encumbered. A light load is faster, less conspicuous. You blend in with citizens. 4 to 5 load is you look like a scoundrel, ready for trouble, which again, in this city, isn't going to immediately set off any alarms, but you will be the first people looked at in case if something does happen in the area. They're going to check you out. They're not going to be able to be like, they're definitely the ones doing it. You're going to be targeted as troublemakers. Heavy load is you look like you're on a mission. That is like your full tactical like SWAT vest. Like you've got grappling hooks over your shoulder. You're wearing your bandanas over your face. Like you look like you've just done a crime. The way that load works is, again, you don't have to decide exactly what you bring. All of you should have on your sheet the things that you always have with you that don't cost any load. Those you can just take for free. But you also have a number of items that that will cost you load that you could potentially have with you, and the way you will pick what your maximum load is now, and then at any time during the mission you can decide, I'm going to spend one of my load to have one of these items with me because I need that item. So you don't have to decide what you want ahead of time, and that's the awesome thing. You get to wait and decide until you need that item. You're just deciding now how limited you are in your item selections.
Got it.
So does that make sense? Does anyone have any questions about that?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm going with a normal load.
Again, with y'all's method of approach here, you're not really doing a social approach, like trying to talk your way in or anything. So you're hoping that you're just not seen doing this. So a normal load really might be the best option. But yeah, it's things could go bad. You don't know how things are going to change or whether you're going to have to talk to anybody.
Okay, just in case, maybe Salome goes light
That
and
tracks.
everyone else can go like normal to heavy.
Sure. All right, everyone's got their load. So everyone's going normal except Salome?
I'm debating about either light or normal.
Okay.
I'm going normal.
Yeah, I'll go normal.
Okay. One thing that just crossed my mind that I realized that I should have brought up before, y'all's crew ability was that everyone got a point in either prowess or got a point in like finesse or prowl or something, right? Did everybody take that?
Oh, okay.
I think so.
That's a good question. How many should we
I would
have
check the
right
sheet.
now?
I would check your character sheet of the book, because that should show you how many you got. Let me check. You're the hound.
I am the hound.
So how many points do you get to spend?
You get 4 to
You
begin
get
with.
4. And as a hound, you would have started in 2 in hunt and 1 in survey. So you would have started with 7.
Okay, then I took mine. If that's similar across
Yeah.
the board to everybody, is you start with 4 and you get 2 for
think
something.
I think
Okay.
everybody
Then I
has.
took
I
mine
took
already.
mine.
Everyone has 3 guaranteed, and then gets 4 additional. So everybody should have 7. If you didn't, you get an 8th because y'all took as your shadow ability. You took everyone steals, which is you could add +1 to prowl, finesse, or tinker.
Yep.
I already have mine.
Yeah,
Yep,
got it.
we've all got it.
Okay. It just crossed my mind. I was like, I want to make sure everybody did this because that would suck to find out in like 20 sessions in. I forgot
Oh,
to
for
do
sure.
that. All right. So let's do our engagement roll. And we have to ask some questions here. So we're gonna ask some questions. Everybody starts with 1d6, or the engagement roll starts with 1d6 for sheer luck. Y'all are rogues. You got 1d6 just for being lucky. Is this operation particularly bold or daring?
We're gonna be leaving some evidence behind regarding who stole it, so I think it would be pretty bold.
This is pretty bold. You're just like walking up in this
Yeah.
like, I'm fucking taking
Yeah.
these drugs for myself.
Like we own the place.
All right, so you get 1 die for that. Is it overly complex or contingent on many factors?
Just the train schedule, honestly.
I really don't think the train schedule's I mean, it's a train. They're notoriously run at a fixed schedule.
You'd be surprised.
Well, okay. This isn't the
Dustfall is inherently evil, which means that the trains always run on time. So, it's fine.
True. Okay.
Yeah, this isn't the New York transit. Was it the Met or the
Metropolitan Transit Authority. Yeah.
Yeah.
MTA, baby.
Yeah. So I won't take away the die for that. Does the plan detail expose a vulnerability of the target or hit them where they're weakest?
We're hitting them at home.
We're hitting him at home, and we're
Yeah.
taking what I'm assuming he's going to try and sell to make his mark.
Yeah.
So you take 1 die if the target is strongest against this approach. Oh, sorry, you take 1 die for that. Is the target strongest against this approach? Do they have particular defenses? I'm gonna call this one a wash. I'm gonna say no additional die for that.
Yeah. I don't think we're exploiting anything in particular there.
No. Can any of your friends or contacts provide aid or insight for this operation?
I could contact Snatch.
I don't think Snatch has anything specific. She just knew about what was going on with the red Snatch.
She has a particular set of skills.
The red sashes. But does not. I don't think she knows anything specific about both.
Melvir doesn't know anything about this.
No, I don't think so.
Shoot. I have something called Weaving the Web, which was I gain a plus a die for consort when I try to gather information on a target for a score. Shoot. I have to remember that for next time.
Yeah. Well, you guys got the crit success. I don't think it
Yeah,
could've
so
gone any
okay.
better than
No,
that.
no.
It could have gotten us another 6.
Yeah.
Essentially, you would have been rolling 2d6 versus
Got it,
2d6 I rolled. So yeah.
Okay.
I think it worked out. No one's interfering. No one really help. Are there any other elements we want to consider? They're not a lower tier target. Yep, I think we have 2 dice for the approach. I'm gonna roll that. Oh, why am I rolling so well for y'all?
Yay!
Great.
It's a 6.
All right, that's a 6.
We walk in, we find snacks, there's cookies.
So good result.
We find a hole for Will's sister. It's insane.
All right.
It's just sitting there in the corner.
So 6, good result. You're in a controlled position when the action starts. So I'm gonna go ahead. I feel like I need to do some different. I'm gonna go to gym workout. The train rumbles underneath you. You all perched on the back take the leap across the small gap on top of the Iron Forge tavern, or the Old Forge tavern, landing on the paneled roof with 4 light
But the train's going by, so you can't hear us. You can't.
And the
hear us.
train continues along the side. Big column of smoke, lightnings crackling from the power sources from the cables beneath. The whole district here is just thrumming with energy, and you hear from beneath you the sounds of conversation, heavy Skovlander accents from in the building below as you silently prowl across the rooftop to there's like a set of skylights, the like manufacturing like warehouse lights where it's kind of raised up in the middle and then has the lights on the side. You can see through these windows into the Iron Forge, the old Forge Tavern. I'm gonna say that a million times. Through the grimy windows, it's late at night, sort of middle of the night, heading towards. Oh wait, I've got my clock here. We're gonna say it is. It's around flame, where the sun has long since set. You're like in the middle of darkness here. You can see light coming through the musty, grime-covered windows. You wipe off some of the soot from the outside and peer in, and you can see about a handful of Skovlanders and a few other like Akrosi or kind of mixed in as well. But they are all around sitting at tables, drinking heavily, bar on the side of the room. There's a bit of music playing from the corner, an old phonograph that's playing just some like really like grimy sounding like jazz music from the corner. They're talking loudly, banging on tables. You can see some moving up around the edges, seem to be maybe keeping more security or keeping an eye out at the patrons here. You see one ducks around the corner and heads down a set of stairs off to the side, indicating there's some lower level to the building as well. But you're here, and you don't appear to have been spotted or detected anyway. What do you do?
Guessing we're looking at a basement situation.
Not a
Unless it's
kitchen.
just sitting behind the bar.
Options.
Does getting a ton of information from our fortune roll, does that mean we know where it is? Do we know where the score is?
I gave y'all crit success on there. I'm saying that I gave y'all a crit success. I'm mad at myself. Gave you a crit success and I gave you a 6. All my good rolls for the day. Yes, I will say you know where the score is. They, based on some information you picked up, you know that the gambling area for the tavern is in the basement, and that is where Ulf's faction, his business takes place as well. You gather that's probably where it is. I also want to introduce one other thing too, because we haven't talked about this: flashbacks. Because that is the other big part of this game that you can do at any time, really. Flashbacks are if you want to have done something in preparation, because we kind of skip all the planning stuff. It's like, wait, I want to plan for this, or I think I would have done this ahead of time. You can call for a flashback to set up for something. Like, I want to have bribed this person. I want to have like drug this guard to fall asleep. I want to have checked out like to see what the patterns were here of the guards, or have come to this bar earlier in the week to scope it out. Any of that kind of stuff. So I gave you that information for free. Any other information you asked for, like we'll probably have to do a flashback for. The way that flashbacks works is there's a stress cost to it. 0 stress flashbacks are ordinary actions for which you had easy opportunity. 1 stress are complex actions or unlikely opportunities. 2 or more stress are elaborate actions that involve special opportunities or contingencies. So like 0 stress is finding the walking through the casino ahead of time. 1 stress is like, if we're doing like, if you're comparing this to like Ocean's 11, 1 stress is like dropping the phone in someone's pocket so that they get that call later on. 2 or more stress is saying, I built a replica of the casino and decided to set that up ahead of time so that we could replace all the footage. That's 2 or more stress.
I think it's fair to say that we could have scoped the place and gotten an idea of like where we think this particular room is in proximity to everything.
I this isn't a flash, like mechanically this isn't a flashback, but if we were doing a flashback here, it could be just Grackle on a rooftop like a few buildings away with a scope, like, you know, looking through it, and she can see that like there are a ton of like birds that are gathered around one spot because she sent her birds ahead to go find out where the drugs were being like taken into the building. And so now she knows exactly like where they stored the drugs.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. And that, I would say that would be like a 0 cost. So you can say like we get that scene of Grackle doing that ahead of time in the couple of days leading up to this job, just scoping out the place. That's exactly what Grackle does, getting information from a distance. So that's perfect.
Love it.
Well, we can do this loud, or we can do the sneaky thing.
I think we should try to stay quiet if at all possible.
It's a good thing I packed the right equipment then.
Salome says we're not allowed to get loud unless we're forced to.
Shall I creep down, see who I can see?
I'm going to use one of my load to say that there is a bandolier on Fume, and one of the vials of the bandolier is a silence potion. Silence potion creates an area of utter silence around the shattered vial. So it's essentially you throw it on the ground and everything becomes quiet around you. And you're muted, Val. Speaking of silence.
You cast it on Val.
Yes, you cast it on me. I'm done. Yeah, so you can create an area of silence. The drawback here, I start a 4-tick clock for accosted by spirit wardens.
If you use it.
When you use it, yeah. So.
Okay.
The spirits might get a bit angry with you, just saying.
So you hand one of those over to Glass.
I can handle it.
I do have this. One of the load that I have on me at all times is oh no, you probably have one of these too, the Spirit Bane charm.
I have one, right? I have a Demon Bane charm.
Oh.
I don't have any of that.
Yeah.
Oh. Could come in handy, just in case.
Yeah, sure. All right.
Hand it over.
Pulls out like there's like 7 different necklaces in here with all different kinds of symbols and stuff. Just clicks on one of them. All right. I'm go creeping.
All right. Sounds like Prowl.
Yeah.
All right. Let's do a Prowl whisper.
That's a 5.
Okay. Oh, I didn't give you any of the approach or any or positioning. We'll get used to this. I'm just gonna call it risky standard. We'll just do that.
Okay.
You're not in a desperate position yet. Nothing's gone wrong. So with a 5, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna limit your effect here. So we'll go down to a limited effect. So what you do is you move up to the window, quickly kind of like pop the glass out and set it to the side. you slink in. There's like some like iron cross beams on the roof here, along the ceiling here, that you can drop down onto and begin to skulk across the roof. You begin to kind of position yourself over towards. Are you moving towards like trying to get down to where like the basement level is? That doorway.
Yeah, I want to try to at least get eyes on it to see if there's anybody like coming and going or there's anything
Yeah.
down
So
there.
yeah, you sneak in, and you're like you make your way down this this cross beam catwalk almost until you hit the far wall, and you can see the stairway going down. You also see that there are two Skulllanders that are like maintaining watch, standing at the stairway leading down to the lower level. You don't think you really can't approach. If you go any further than this, you're going to get seen.
Okay.
Without some sort of distraction or something else that would have pulled them away.
Okay. And it's just those two.
Those two are at the door. Everyone else at the bar is kind of like on the like scattered throughout, but they're not really like right near the door. It seems to be like VIP area.
I'll signal back out that there's two of them.
It's like two gods. Fume pulls up a like periscopic mirror and just snaps it shut.
What next, y'all?
I pull out my gun. I have that on my sheet, by the way.
I mean, Grackle has a gun and a scope, and I think that she keeps an eye on all operations like this. And she's got a pretty good standpoint, or pretty good standing on top of the building here. Could she possibly send some birds in to distract the guards?
Yeah.
To the tavern.
Yeah, I mean, you could send some birds. It'd be fucking birds. They'd just be like, "What the fuck's going on here?"
A little
Yeah,
chaos.
I mean, yeah, you could cause a little
As a
chaos
treat.
with that. So that would be more of a command role using your grackles. So you would, I think you would just. We were just talking about this before. I think you would just roll command. Let's see, crew, cohorts. Okay, yeah. PCR sees maneuver group action. If you direct the cohort with orders, roll command. So yeah, I think that's what
I'm
we're
just
doing.
sending them in.
Yeah, so what I'm gonna say here is I think we're still in a risky standard situation at this point. Nothing's really changed for the worse. Y'all aren't any sort of, you haven't set off any alarms or anything. So yeah, we'll call it that. Roll command risky standard. Do you want to do a devil's bargain or or push yourself?
Now pushing yourself is something that you have to do beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
both of them you have to do beforehand.
Resisting is something that you do after,
Yes. Yeah.
right? I'll just do it. You know, let's live on the wild side, see what consequences are like.
All right.
Or not, because I got a 6.
Oh my god. Okay. With a 6, you do it. So Grackle, you are like a little bit further down the building, so you have like a nice like clean angle here. You've like, I imagine you're like set up with your scope and your rifle, like looking down into the building. And you see Glass where they have landed, kind of looking down at the guards, signaling 2 guards by the opening. How does Grackle command, like what kind of sounds, motions, like how does Grackle command her
She does like a really practiced sort of like whistle squeak that involves a lot of like lips and teeth, and it's just like a and it like sounds
Guardians
exactly
of the Galaxy Yondu.
a little. It's like it has a buzzing quality to it, and it sounds exactly like a Grackle calling.
Yeah, like you're kind of mimicking their call in order to give commands. Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, so you do it. You send the grackles in, like 3 or 4 of them, like perch down near where glass is, and then begin to flutter down to the ground, and then just begin to like just crisscross through the tavern near where the guards are, circling around them. Immediately, those 2 guards just where are these get what the birds coming from, and begin to wave them away. Just shoot. One of them begins to pull out a gun, and the other one's like, what the fuck are you doing? They're birds, get them out of here. And they start to they start to like swat at them. The 2 guards just kind of again, they're distracted trying to deal with them at this point, giving Glass or whoever else wants to try to make an opportunity of this an opening.
I'm gonna try to slink in.
Okay. Does anyone else want to try to sneak in with Glass? This would be a good opportunity.
Possibility. I don't know if once we get in there, we'll have the opportunity to look for like maybe there's another entrance that I can pop open or something.
That is also a possibility. If you wanna try to do that, look for a second entrance to pop them in. That'd also be something you could do a flashback for to set up whether you found another entrance.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's do that. Let's do that.
Do it.
So we cut back to the past where Grackle is across, like scoping everything out, gives like a little shine with a mirror to Glass, who comes around a building and is walking along the outskirts of this like cloak up, walking around the outside of this building to look for any other openings. Let's do what do you think for rolls? Again, y'all are supposed to call for the roles you want to do. I'm not supposed to tell y'all what you want to do.
I guess this is... Well, it's either survey or study opportunities and exploits. So it studies for like a person. So probably survey.
Survey? Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay.
So we do survey. I'm going to say... How many? I'm checking whether I should give you stress for this flashback. I don't think so. I feel like this is an ordinary action you've had opportunity. Yeah, no, I think this is 0 stress flashback, but awesome. I'm going to make you roll for it. Yeah, roll survey. I'm going to say controlled. We're going to say controlled standard.
Controlled standard. That's a 6, baby.
Fuck yeah. You find as you're walking around, you hit a section of the gravel where there's kind of like a ka-dunk, ka-dunk, ka-dunk. You kick the gravel away, and you find that there is a hatch built into the ground here. You've tried to open it, but it seems like it's one of those ones that kind of like cranks and locks from the inside. There'd be without like blasting it open, there'd be no way to get open from outside. But if you find that is an easy way for everyone else to get in.
Okay.
And out afterwards.
I'm gonna exploit this opportunity.
And we back to the present as the Grackles are hearing. I don't know if that's what a Grackle sounds like. That's what I'm just doing now. And they the Skulllanders yelling, just grab the fucking birds out of here, come on. As they move away, Glass, you try to slip down. I'm gonna say make a prowl roll.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you an extra die on this. You have an advantage on here because of Grackle's setup here.
Okay, that's a 5.
It's a 5. Okay. You slink down to the side, grab 1, 2, you drop, landing on the ground where the guards were, quickly darting back into the stairwell. For the 5 complication here, I'm going to say the guards, as you slink in, the guards, they've been dealing with the Grackles. You see they're beginning to corral them. I imagine your Grackles are well trained enough to like leave before they get hurt. they do kind of fly off. Some go through the front door, some do go up through the top, and one of the Scovelander, one of the guards looks up and says, "Nah, the window's open up there. All right, go around, close it up, make sure we don't get any birds up here." And gives a nod, and you can see this guy is heading out the front to head up onto the roof to check things out.
It might be time for us to head toward the back to get to that hatch.
Oh, but I could be ever so funny with some paralytics. Fume says he slides down the ladder to get to the back.
I'm setting a 1-tick clock for detected. As Fume, you tech to head off this guard. Okay.
No, he's slipping out the other way because like the guard's coming
We're gonna-
up. We're going
yeah,
to the.
so
So you're
we're
just
gonna try to. Yeah, we're just gonna slide down.
I was joking. I could paralyze them before.
Oh,
leaving.
okay. I thought you were gonna go like, all right, lock and load. Yeah, so you just want to slip down like the other side of the building where you know like glass is about to pop open this hatch
Yes.
for y'all. Okay. Grackle, you doing the same? All right. I'm gonna have I think another what you need to get out of here. I'm gonna say he is coming up onto the roof from the other direction. I'm trying to decide. No, you see him coming. Yeah, I'm not gonna make you roll anything. I'm not gonna call for a roll or anything here. I'm trying to get out of that habit of calling for rolls because I'm not supposed to do that in this game. The three of you slip off the roof onto the gravel grounds, kind of like crunching underneath you, and over to where glass had marked off previously where that hatch is. Landing over there, you can hear kind of a thump, 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 and like muttering in Skovlen up on the roof as they're putting the panel back in place. I'll have so Glass, you are in the stairs now. Everyone is now waiting for you. You head down to there's like this first landing, and it cuts off to two directions. One, it keeps going down into the basement. The other seems to go into like there's a door off to your left. Based on your geography here, that door is probably about where that hatch is.
Okay, then I'll head down there.
Okay. So you immediately go to your left, pull open this door. It's not locked, and there's a short ladder leading up to that hatch above. Yeah, this is probably like a quick escape for anybody down here who's trying to avoid the blue coats or anything.
There you are.
You head you climb up the ladder. Being to pull at it, it's very tough to pull.
Let me see if I have anything.
You got a crowbar?
I can have burglary gear or tinkering tools. No, that won't help me. Yeah, I'll use one of my load on some burglary gear because that has like a pry bar and stuff in it. But I'll try to use that to get leverage on the.
Okay.
thing.
Okay. I'll say since you're spending your load on that, I won't make you roll. You get your
I'm not strong.
You get your pry bar out. You get the leverage you need. Kind of like you kick up one leg on the side here, looping one arm under the in the ladder itself, and kind of try to leverage it. Getting your other leg up on it, like you're doing like a full crunch here, and kicking at the lever until finally there's a and the hatch is loose now from those of you standing on top.
It's just knock.
Who's there?
Dun, dun.
Dun dun. Back down.
I'll open it.
All right, between the four of you get the hatch open, gravel pouring off of it. You all look down. You see a kind of sweaty Glass looking up at you.
Everything good?
Oh yeah, no worries.
All right. 2 minutes tops. In, out. Let's go.
Straight down the hallway.
All right. You can hear as you're heading down the steps. You reach a juncture in the it goes straight down, and then it seems like there's like storage facility here underneath what was the forge. And it has been sort of partitioned retroactively to create like some additional rooms here for these like gambling areas. You see some light trailing off from a lantern that's like cast across the hall directly in front of you, and hear conversation from probably a game in progress on the right side. So in order to continue down this hallway, you will have to walk straight past this door.
We
What
go
do you do?
quietly.
Creep.
Okay. What are you gonna? What role are you gonna make?
Prowl.
We'll do a group prowl.
We can all prowl.
We can
We
all
We can all prowl.
We can do. You can either do it separately, and we take consequences depending on what everybody rolls, or we do a group one, where one person leads and everybody else, and you take the highest result from everybody in the group.
Let's do a group prowl.
Let's do a group
Yeah, let's
prowl.
do it.
I think
Who wants
that
to
makes
lead?
sense.
Who's got the best prowl?
Not me.
Well,
Who's
I would
got
say
the worst prowl?
yeah, whoever leads should probably have the worst prowl and the
I
most
have
stress
one.
to take.
I have one.
One.
I
because
only
the-
have 2 stress.
I also only have 2 stress.
Fresh as a daisy.
The moms can
All right.
fight.
Fresh as a daisy over there. Why don't you do it?
Okay. Prowl.
All right, so everyone rolls, and
We take the highest out of everyone.
we take the
And
highest.
if
Everyone
someone fails, then Fume takes stress.
Fume will take stress for everyone that rolls a 1 to 3.
Okay. Position control.
I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say positioner is
Risky.
risky.
Yep.
I'm gonna say the effect here is this is standard effect. Yeah.
Cool. All right, ready to go.
All right.
Haha, 3.
Okay. You
Well, at
don't
least-
take it for you rolling a 3. It's
Right.
only I think it's only everyone. I'll double check, but I don't think you take the stress for you failing. I just pulled the book. I don't have it in my OneNote. So
Oh, that's
let's see. Where the fuck did I? Team rules. How do teamwork?
Dreamwork?
choice prowl nom.
Index. Thank you.
So I roll a grenade into the
I think it's 110 or 134.
Could also be doing monkey roll.
Good boy roll.
Rule monkey stuff. Hold on. It's teamwork rolls, right?
Yeah. Oh, I found it.
I rolled several
Teamwork
grenades.
Lead group
maneuvers.
action. Each PC who's involved makes an action roll, and the team counts the single best result of the overall effort for everyone who rolled. However, the character leading the group takes 1 stress for each PC that rolled a 1. Oh no, you do take a stress for yourself failing.
For
Cool,
your
cool,
own
cool.
self.
Yeah. But so what was the highest one that we had?
4.
4,
I rolled a
5.
6.
You rolled a 6.
Oh.
Nice.
Nice.
What did Grackle roll?
4.
Okay, so you only take the stress for yours, but group result is a 6. You I think Glass or Fume, you're leading it, so you head around, like peek around the corner, and you can see there is a table that is laid out there, like felt covered table. This is like the nicest thing in the bar, like big, like probably like 10-person gambling table here with the like green felt and the lining and the like mahogany wood on the side. There are 6 people that are sitting at the table right now playing a game of Hold'em or something amongst themselves, speaking in Skovland, and they are they don't seem to notice you as you peek around, and you look at the others, and then just go, and one at a time. You'll kind of keep low, slink through. Glass kind of corralling everyone through, and Fume like starts to step out, and Glass, you quickly like kick your foot across the hall to hold him there really low, as one of the guys at the table like looks up and like stretches and looks back. Glass, you kind of hold yourself there. The guy looks back, and then you dart across.
Ow. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You reach the kind of continuing to the end of this hallway. You reach one more metal door at the same. This is the most reinforced door that you've seen here, and you know that whatever you're looking for, it's probably on the other side of it. It is like double reinforced with these like heavy locks on it, and has some sort of almost looks like there is like a slight glow around the lining of the door, especially like near the hinges of it, like a green glow.
How are we getting in?
How insane is this?
I was gonna study the door.
If you want to do a study
the door
first,
first. Yeah.
yeah, you can do that. Okay, we do study. I'm gonna set you're not, I think you're still at risky. So we'll do I'm gonna say risky limited.
Okay.
You can go, so you can push yourself to try to increase the effect, or you can just take it at that, but you're only gonna be able to get so much information looking at the door right now.
Okay. I'll just go for it then. Sorry, risky limited, right?
Yes.
Okay. 6.
Damn. Okay.
We're so good at crime.
Holy shit.
I'm bad at sneaking, but I'm pretty smart.
6, you do it. Wasn't a crit, so you don't increase your effect, but you still get to know you don't have any downsides from this. You look around the door. I mean, the construction of it is pretty basic. You don't see, there's no lock on the door. That's the one thing that I will give you. That's easy. There's no lock, there's just a handle on it. What you do notice is where that green is, kind of like move closer, you hear a like this hum to it.
Fume will just jet out a hand to stop Glass from like opening it. I think this door is powered.
Why?
Might be a security system in play. That's for a new person. That's a bit extreme, don't you think?
There must be something really good in there.
Drugs.
Not to mention, if he's only recently established. Either this was here for the forge, which seems unlikely, or Wolf has some friends.
Can we turn it off?
I can see where the power lines go, and if there's a breaker box out here, which I highly doubt, I could turn it off.
Flashback?
Also a flashback. I will say this will probably there will probably be stress cost to this flashback. Not high. I'll say like a 1 stress flashback. If you want to have maybe found this out ahead of time or like prepared for this ahead of time. So let's cut.
Just on the off chance that like the big huge generator that we saw outside
was important in some
somehow
way.
important.
Yeah, I mean, because there
never
are all
know.
sorts. There are power lines that run through this whole district because this area like there's electrified like public like lights here and stuff too. There are the lanterns have been phased out. Everything is like electric powered in this area. So yeah, so we do a 1 stress flashback. So what is the flashback we're going here for?
It is Fume dressed in plain clothes, not his like work outfit, kind of just walking around the outside of the establishment, keeping an eye on like guard positions, anything of note.
Okay. So what are you
Any
thinking for
wayward wires that are coming up out of the ground into a power line for some reason?
Yeah, I do think we need a roll here. So what do you want to go for?
I honestly, another study would be great.
Study's fine. Yeah.
Roll.
I
Study.
imagine again we have like glass. So cutting back to this flashback scene of this preparation you have, Grackle on Overwatch, Fume moving around, or sorry, Glass moving around the building, having discovered this hatch here. Fume's like on the other side, like walking down the street, like keeping an eye on like general like structure, like looking at the building. Like, is there anything here in this building that's like interesting to me?
Is there a boarded up window that I could just squirrel myself into?
And I'll say controlled standard.
Standard. Okay. I'll leave it at 2.
Okay.
Here we go. Oh my god, 5. Mixed success.
Nice. Y'all are doing good with these rolls. I'm gonna say for a 5, I'm going to do a tick on the detected clock as the consequence for this.
Mhm.
But I'll give you the information you're looking for. You notice when you are looking at the building, like you're walking down the street and you see one of the, I'll say it's like, it's near dusk at this point when y'all are doing your surveying. You want to do this during the day before business, like near the end of your like little survey here. And you realize like all the lights are coming on this road, except the lantern outside the building, the outside the forge, doesn't come on. And you realize there's no power running to this.
Internal power source. Interesting.
Or they rerouted the power from the lantern
To go in, yeah.
to go in.
Yeah,
That
that's
is
what
what you think.
I'd have to step back out, but I think I can dismantle the power. Leave the rest of the heist up to you.
All right.
Grackle, if
I'll
you
go
need...
with Grackle.
Oh, no. I was going to say, if you two encounter anything down here, Grackle, send a bird and we'll start causing some mayhem topside.
Give me a squawk if you run into trouble.
How would I do that if you have the birds?
I send a bird with him.
I just have a pocket in my coat for a bird. We do this a lot.
Now,
Yeah,
I'm
they are
telling you,
trained
this
to
is
just
not
sit in
going to turn
pockets.
into the bee thing of I send a bee with everyone in the party to just have open communication. I'm not doing that again. I will not stand for it. Okay.
I just pick up the bird like a phone. Hello. They're not a hive mind. It doesn't work like
no,
that.
they're not a hive mind. It's not magical birds. They just
They're a little magical.
they're well trained. I'll say your bird is well enough trained that you can. It'll if Fume is holding on to it and something happens, he lets it go. It'll fly back to you. So.
It'll make noise and like I'll know he's in trouble. That's all I want.
Okay. Fume quickly begins to head down the hall towards those stairs, and as he does, he reaches like that part where the light is from the gambling room, and he stops as you see a shadow darken the door there, and they don't seem to have noticed, but you watch as kind of like stretching as he walks out from the gambling den here, one of these Scovelanders, like big tall burly man, covered like tattoos down his arms, just steps like right in front of Fume, moves out into the hall, just begins to like stretches, hasn't looked left or right yet to see if he clocks you. Do y'all do anything? Or I will leave it up to a fortune roll to see which way he turns.
I mean, I could paralyze him.
I think his pals would notice pretty quick.
Yeah, he is
Yeah.
still standing in the light of the room. So you mentioned everybody in the room can see him, but nobody can see you yet.
Oh.
So there's like split decision making between all of you.
Part of Fume's equipment is a walking cane. He twists the head of it and it pops off immediately, and he pulls out a blowgun.
Get him.
Okay.
Get his ass.
I'm not going to shoot him. I'm going to shoot the hallway away from us to make
to make him go that
Okay.
way.
He
I
pulls
will-
out the blowgun, and we're all like, no, 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 no.
Here's how I'm gonna how do you feel about this for adjudicating that? I roll 2 dice for the fortune roll.
Ooh, so okay.
So I roll 2
Yeah.
dice, take the
Yeah,
higher.
yeah.
If it is above, if it's a 4 or higher, that like is same success things. Like it works the same. So
Well, I'll take it.
I'm gonna do that. Whether this is like encouraging him to look the other way. So I'm gonna add a extra die. I'm gonna roll. I got a 5. So here's what happens. He this is a mixed success. They rolled a 5. He turned like you like fire the dart down the hallway. It tings off the metal of the door at the end of the hall. And he's trying. Why is the door open? Kind of moves down, starts heading that way.
If they didn't think this place was haunted before,
I'm gonna
they
add
are
another-
definitely going to think it's haunted now.
I'm gonna add another detected on there, but he is you're at 3 out of 4 detected right now, and he is distracted heading down that direction. But he is now out of the line of the door.
Go, Fume.
We should go.
Scoop.
No, I mean like he's right in front. He's basically heading down. So if this is a T junction with the 2 hallways, he is now heading down the hallway away from you in the direction you were about to be going, looking towards the door of the open, like this open
We
hatch of the
could
stairway leading up.
abduct him now because he's out of the doorway.
You could knock, like he is now out of sight.
This is
if you
literally, we're doing a hitman level right
You're
now.
doing a hitman right now. He is now out of sight, where if you were able to take him out silently, nobody would save him.
Okay, now you can paralyze him.
Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say, hear me out. I'm going to throw the silence bottle on the ground and then pull out a gun.
That, I mean,
Yeah.
You can if you'd like.
No, I am going to.
I don't think that's a bad idea.
It's not a bad idea.
I have
How-
another thing.
How good is your gun shooting?
Yeah.
Not
yeah.
good, so I'm going to poison
How's
him
about-
instead.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Is your
Okay.
poison particularly loud?
No. So what it looks like is Fume will skulk up behind him and then whisper, "Hey, you've got a light?" And then blow in his face a dust.
What dust is this?
It's called Standstill. It's a powder that causes temporary paralysis.
Oh, that's so good. Okay.
All right, poison ivy.
I love that. So, and you right in his face. Okay, let me pull up. What is the drawback for standstill?
The drawback for Standstill is
It's just he dies immediately.
it doesn't have a.
It'll have it at the
drawback.
top of that list. Here, I'll bring it up.
Number
under
consumables,
weird
poisons. Oh, volatile, sickened, level 1 harm.
Okay, so he takes a level 1 harm. All right.
Well,
I'm
yeah, he's
gonna-
poisoned.
I'm gonna have. I think we need a roll here to see like
How well
if
it
he's
goes
able
off.
to how well this all goes off. What do you think for your roll?
I want to go wreck, but it's probably prowl to get up close to him.
That fits. I mean, honestly, wreck could also fit if you wanted to go that direction, but
It's the same dice pool.
Okay, if it's the same dice pool, it doesn't matter.
Do you
Yeah.
have finesse?
I do not have finesse.
Okay. 'cause
Somebody
finesse is like
could.
sleight of hand.
Yeah, if you want Devil's Bargain, push yourself. Those are 2.
Someone assist on this.
Somebody could assist for additional. They will only take 1 stress.
I can do
Hit
it.
it.
I only have 1.
Hit him high, hit him low, sort of deal.
I'll,
Sure.
What do you do to assist, Glass?
Oh, that's I
You don't have to say. I was curious if you had
Catch
something.
him
in mind.
before he hits the ground so that he doesn't make a noise.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking something like
Yeah.
that.
That's good. Okay, you can take an extra die.
I'll take
I'm
him out
also-
at the knees so we can just kind of.
I'm gonna put this at desperate.
Okay.
But I'm going to say
Or
say
even
dead-
just cover his eyes so he doesn't see anyone's faces.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, that's
there we
funnier.
go.
gonna say
That's good.
desperate standard.
Okay. I'm also going to push myself
Peekaboo,
on this
guess
one.
who?
Take a.
You're gonna push yourself too. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
so
want this to really
I
work.
take a handkerchief out of my my pocket in the last second. I just like pull it over his eyes like this.
I love those.
Here we go. 6.
Hey!
Yes.
Fuck yeah. 6. It goes off. It goes off without a hitch. You. It just like freezes up and begins to fall, and Glass,
He's
you
very
come
big. He's very big.
you like
He's very
come
big.
sliding in and grab him, and you just like put him down to the floor. Do you want to
Both
put
of
him?
you have to like work together.
Yeah. Where do you want to put? Do you just want to leave him in the hall here?
Everything in this
So-
building is so heavy.
Can you go
Fume-
put him in the
Is
room
there,
with
like-
the other door
is there,
with
like, a
under the
broom
closed door?
closet or
Well,
something?
Well, that room where where the ladder is has a door to it where you could close it.
Oh, that's true.
Fume's going to cover his ears. We could drag him outside to the train tracks. The next train's about in 2 minutes.
You just see his eyes like looking back to you like, you son of a bitch.
keep the handkerchief over the eyes.
Oh
No,
yeah,
no,
he can't
no.
see us.
Oh, you
I
covered his eyes.
we can see the eyes darting
He can
underneath.
hear this conversation but can do nothing to interact with it. This is
I
how.
think that's a bit harsh.
All right, fine. And
Time
Fume
up.
will
How long does
slap
this
him on the
last?
face. A while. We're not going to kill you, so you owe us one. Slap, slap.
Well,
Oh my
I tie
God.
the handkerchief around his eyes.
This is so cool. You take him, like tie the handkerchief over his eyes, throw him in the room, close the door. Just like I don't imagine.
He's so heavy.
Yeah, you don't lock it back so you can get out easier. But
I'm just
close
gonna say it's gonna be beneficial to us for there to be a witness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yes, you put him in there. I imagine Fume, you stay in there too because you're heading up. You were heading out anyway.
Yeah.
Up the ladder. So
Man, I really hope Cobb's paying us well for this one,
Nice.
is
Good.
what he says as he's climbing up.
Yes.
Oh.
Very good.
You whisper those, and again you just hear this ragged breathing from as his body is paralyzed, but you can like sense like the anger in the tent, like he's straining, trying to move here.
Oh, don't hurt yourself, sweetie.
Glass, you close the door between you and Fume.
Have
Always do.
Don't set him on fire, please.
Make no promises.
Fume, you head up the ladder over to turn off to disable the alarm or disable the electricity. I think we've got to stop here though. and finish it next time.
One more hour.
Or if y'all want to finish the heist, we can finish the heist.
All I have to do is play Baldur's Gate. That's it. How are we feeling?
Y'all
I
wanna
don't
finish
have
it?
a game tomorrow, so
Yeah, I'm good. I can keep going.
All right, let's
I'm
finish this
great, but
heist,
I'm gonna
baby.
take this fucking wig off because it's making my head hurt.
There you go. Get
Yeah.
comfy.
You
This
get the
is-
idea, right? Okay.
Yes.
This
Yeah.
is everything I wanted.
listen.
Hey, everyone out there
I'm
watching,
so
This
ready.
hurts and is hot.
everyone watching,
Yes.
none of this heist was prepared. I didn't do
Nope.
any of this. I didn't know this was gonna happen. All this is made up on the fly. So this
It's
is
Blades in the
sweet.
Dark, baby.
This is Blades in the Dark.
Woo!
So I think Fume, we need to finish this with you because you're heading up to the second up outside back into the dark middle of the night. You close the hatch behind you. You're looking to somehow you heading over to that lamp to try to reroute the power or to disable the power that they have rerouted.
Yeah.
Reroute the power. Reroute the power. That way they won't know inside.
It's true. I'm going to spend 2 of my load to have fine wrecking tools on myself.
Ooh.
And it's essentially like an electrician's kit.
Okay. Yes, you can do that. So You slink over to the to this lamp that is still dark. All the other lamps here on the street are lit except for the one that's right outside this building, is completely dead. So you can you make it to the base of this thing.
All right. Well, this is going to be fun. He's gonna look up and down the street to see if anyone sees him.
Doesn't seem. I mean, you're in a great position right now because you are in darkness. Everyone is like, yeah, it's you're in a good position here. I'm not gonna make you roll prowl again.
Is there a junction box then where I can do the whole power reroute?
No, so all of the power. So essentially, the way it works is there are lines that connect each of these lamps that run through the city. But for whatever reason, you can see power to that one, power to this, power to the one over there. But for whatever reason, the power that it like this lamp itself is not illuminated. So something has gone with they've done something with the wiring here to essentially reroute the power that was coming to this lamp instead of powering the bulb.
So essentially, he's going to trace the power line to where that split in it is.
Yeah.
And if it's like I said, a junction box, just break into it and start fiddling around in there.
Okay. It sounds like Tinker.
Yeah.
All right. Let's do a Tinker check. I think this is going to be. Oh, make sure you took the XP for the standard that you got there. I'm trying to remember if you get XP for assisting or assisting on a desperate action. That's what I meant, not
we could look at it at the end.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah, we'd check that after. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you see if you find it. But no, I'm going to say the position for this one is risky. And I'll say the effect. I'll say the effect is great. This is you've targeted like a very key weakness here.
Okay, and let's see. So this is 4 dice. Blah, blah, blah. Sorry, I just need to double check if the drill gives me anything other than just the narrative. All of the tools are just basically narrative, right?
Yeah, the tools are mostly like it's what's allowing you to do this in this moment, because otherwise your effect would probably be limited.
Desperate
or
and limited.
Zero.
Okay.
Like I can give you a 0 effect if I don't think you have the tools that are available for it, and you have to spend to even be able to have any effect on the item or on the thing you're doing. So
all right, here we go.
Fuck yeah.
6.
Double 5s and a 6.
We're freaking killing it.
Y'all are killing it.
Oh shit.
We're professionals.
I'd like to think essentially Fume is inside the junction box and he's waiting, and then he hears a brr, brr, and he times it with the train passing by to switch the currents.
Yeah.
So that little flicker is kind of like, oh, it's probably the train passing by.
Yeah, and I think you switch the currents, but you also don't like you essentially just have the power continue from one to the other. Instead, on a mixed success, I would have had this light turn on out here, and then everyone would have been like, "What the fuck is going on out there? That light's not supposed to be on." But because you got that 6, you're able to redirect it, and this light like flickers for a moment, but does not come on. So that happens. You there's that little jolt, but you keep from hurting yourself. And inside, those of you who see that illumination around the door goes off.
Yay.
Right, let's do this.
All right. One of you goes up to the door, grabs the handle, like as quietly as you can. Obviously there's some people in the other room, but there's a bit of noise now that train's coming past. That's giving you a bit of cover. You
we love the train.
Pull it to the side. I'm gonna say too, what we'll say is that train is the one you got to be on to get out of here. So you know that you have very little time.
Better be fucking quick. Do we get a clock?
Oh yeah, that's a good question.
A clock that says "Missed your train."
Yeah, I will put a clock here.
So I get so excited for mechanics.
I know.
I can't find anything that says if you assist, you also get XP.
Would you say it's popular mechanics?
I put a missed train clock with 2 ticks on it. So you got little time here. You pull open the door, and you can see in here as the 3 of you step into the room. A completely fortified room. You see the wiring that has been pulled from above, like they've dug out down from where that lamp is into this room and rewired the electricity to this door. You gather if you had tried to open this while it was still electrified, you would have gotten zapped to hell doing that. So but it is now off, and you are safe. You head in this room. There is a map of the city ahead of you with writing and like notes on it and stuff. You can see big X's and splotches where places that this faction is hit. You see weapons scattered about here. This seems to be like their staging area, their planning room. And to your right, as you come in, there are crates that are piled up. And as you quickly go over to inspect the crates, pop them open, they're not like full, but you see satchels that have been like dumped in here, satchels of dream smoke. Like there's powders, drugs, all sorts of illicit substances that are just like piled up inside of here.
Let's go. Can I take that map?
Yes.
Taking the map too.
Okay, you rip the map off the wall, roll it up, stick it in your bag.
Do you have anything else like super valuable in here?
Make a check for it.
You want to make a group check?
How about we look around, group?
We do a group search if you want.
Real quick.
All right. I'm gonna. Y'all are very low on time. I will say this is going to be desperate. You're moving very quickly. You got one shot at this and one shot alone. But I'll say
Is this a survey.
Oh yeah, sorry, we didn't decide on what it is. Let's do survey works. Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll say desperate standard. Who's going to lead it?
I will.
I'm at 2.
I'm only at 1.
I have
okay.
1 as well. Have you got how much stress you got? Only 1. Okay.
I
yeah,
only
you can
have
lead.
1, and I think your survey is probably better than mine.
Mine's only 1.
And yeah. It's since we found out
unless it's a hunt roll.
Hunting for treasure.
I think I like survey better.
Okay.
But really,
I'll
the person that
one.
leads it should be the person that is just like whoever has the lowest stress, because that's the only thing that you're really risking.
I only have 1
leading.
stress. So
All right.
I'll
Okay. Let's roll.
Let's do
All
it.
right. Go ahead and make your rolls.
I got a 5.
6.
4.
Okay, no stress, and we got a 6, so that's the highest. You search around the room, and you, oh boy, 6. Pull up my notes here. You see in the as you're rooting through here, you find some additional like letters and documents that are through here. Some correspondence like seems to be like smuggled or like just small little rolls of paper that seem to be passed off that are being they seem to have been received by a member of or from a member of the from the Lamp Blacks. You see I've been talking with Ulf in this about these drugs that the Red Sashes were smuggling. It seems like the Lamp Blacks might have been backing some of this some of these plays.
Interesting.
Rattle your hawks, crew. We got a train to catch.
You do.
Right.
Luckily, got a 6. I'm not going to mark another tick on the missed train clock. You load up as much of the cargo as you can here. Do y'all have a convenient way for transporting all of this?
Grackle knows how to pack.
Let me see.
Each of Grackles gets a like
Flying out with a bunch of just a brick of cocaine strapped
I
to
thought
their
that's what you were
bagpipe.
about to tell me, is that you get like you start like a little like a
I
bucket
can't
brigade
do
of
that. That's
Oh
the
my
big
god,
by
that
the
would
husk.
be incredible.
God, what if she did though? What if it was just like it's just
Just a bunch of birds flying
That's a level of
satchels.
absurdity that I cannot condone here.
No, I think she's just got like a big like bag, like a big satchel, like 2 of them that she just like she's used to it. She's used to being the workhorse of the outfit. Like, you know,
Yeah.
it's just like everything goes into the bags. I carry them out.
I'm going to say this essentially uses the rest of your load, and you actually jump up
Essentially,
to
yeah.
encumbered at this point. Like you have loaded yourself up with like as much as you can in this bag. It's probably not like everything, but it is a significant debt. It's like over half of what was in here. But yeah, you grab everything you can, loading up. The 3 of you are making a break for it, trying to get out and reconvene with Fume.
Yep.
I think we got to do one more roll because you guys got to sneak
Group
out.
prowl.
Yeah, all of
Group
you trying
prowl.
to get to that
Okay.
train. So it's really whether you are prowling, going for the stealthy option, or you are trying to just book it and get all the way there.
What would booking it do? What would that
So
be?
actually, I think either way it's going to be a prowl. It's just if you're going for you're trading.
Yeah, prowl is also like climbing, swimming, jumping.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a prowl. I think this determines your position and your effect. If we go for.
Can I do a flashback where we planned for our getaway?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
And I'm not going to say. I don't think this is. I don't think you would need to stress here. You knew you had to get out, so I think that's fair.
I want to say that like we all had something that we were doing, but like during who hasn't flashed back yet?
I
I
haven't
think
yet.
Salome, yeah. So
Nah,
maybe
Salome had
Salome's
nothing to
up
do
with
yet.
you in your Overwatch thing, or
So like my idea is that like there's a particular window that can be opened, and then like basically a board will fall into place that we use to like get to the train as soon as we
Ooh.
open the window.
Okay. Well,
And it's just a precariously placed board that will fall right when we open the window.
It basically looks like a storm shutter from the outside.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are we trying to get on top of the train, or are we trying to get into the train?
On top of it, I assume.
Okay.
We're hauling contraband. I think we want to be
Yeah.
on top.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's say, do we moving train, building, board? I'm gonna offer something here that maybe makes maybe is a little bit like more sense like dynamically here, and you can accept it if you want. That because it's a moving train, a board on it isn't gonna like it's gonna move.
Oh,
with the
I mean
train.
like
I think-
it's more of
Board like further out so we could like walk up and just boop, like
How do you
hop
feel
off.
about-
hop off the board.
How do you
onto
feel
the
about
train.
zip lines?
Oh,
Good.
That's cooler. Yeah,
Love
let's go
it.
with zip lines.
I feel good
fucking
about
love
that.
it.
So what if we say that Grackle, you set up ahead of time a like from the building across, you've already anchored the zip line over there, and you just
Mhm.
get one of your Grackles to fly the line
To fly it
across.
backwards, she like secures it here.
And then you secure it on this side, like get back up on the roof, secure
That's
it there,
perfect.
and you zip line over.
I'm trying
What-
really hard not to solve all my problems with birds,
Right.
but
No,
I'm
gosh darn
okay
it,
with-
they're the answer
when
to
you
all of
got
them.
them.
Yeah. I'm gonna have you do a command roll for this because that is what the I think this calls for.
You got it.
Can do, my friend. This is something that needs to succeed, so I'm willing to push myself for this.
Okay. You can definitely push yourself for it. And
2 stress extra, and then
that's
1
two
extra dice.
stress. Well, you can either do 2 stress, you can add additional effect to it, but I assume you're going for the stress for the additional die instead.
Yeah.
Can
That's
I
my-
assist as well?
You can do a stress and assist too. One person can assist.
The grapple line itself was tempered by Fume, in
Yeah.
preparation for this day because it's extra load on Grackle, so he's accounting for that.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and I need to be light enough for like the birds to fly it. So yeah. Okay. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
that's perfect.
Fume was a cue for this. Yeah. Made it.
Perfect.
Cool. All right.
Go
So-
ahead and
So I'm rolling an additional die. What
Uh-huh.
is Fume helping give me?
Fume gives you additional die as well.
Oh, shit.
And let's say I think at this point, again, ticking clock here, we'll say desperate and we'll say standard effect.
Cool. Got it. All right. I'm rolling 4 dice now.
Yeah.
I got a
You got
6.
Nice.
We needed it. There was 2 ones.
Yes.
Oh, jeez. All right, you all, Grackle loaded up. You all climb, step over the unconscious body of whoever this is that you knocked out. Climb up the ladder, reconvene with Fume. All of you climb back up onto the roof, where you know that there's a Grackle that's waiting there. In its talons is clutched a end of a very slack rope across. You quickly tie that off to the top of this building. And as the train is moving through, you all loop your cords over it and slide down towards the train, leaping off and landing onto the roof as it heads off.
So, what did I miss?
Some very interesting information. Oh, also lots of drugs.
And you
Like so many drugs.
have succeeded on your first
Literally, like,
heist.
without a hitch.
Oh my god, like clockwork! Holy fuck!
You're
so
obedient
good.
servants, baby.
You're
Yep.
obedient servants.
I was gonna do a flashback for something to pin it on Cobb, but that was perfect in the moment. Oh my god, that was
Yep.
great.
I was gonna make it that the handkerchief that you used to cover his eyes was from Cobb.
Oh, that would have been great.
I can't believe that went off so well.
Hell yeah.
By the way,
Shit.
Val,
we'll all die in the next one.
That's what you call the
as-
Coleridge Suite, baby.
Yeah.
as an alchemist, anything I make has already a +1 level to it, so I did make that drug.
Oh, okay. You did.
Yay.
Well,
Well,
We're gonna
Now
be
we
able
have
to
lots of it.
We're gonna
Hey,
be
and
able
turns
to
out
also
y'all-
I didn't fail before.
hey, turns out y'all, we didn't need to do this.
Hey, we didn't
job.
have to do this.
we did it to send a message to Cobb.
Yeah,
It's
we
true.
did it to fuck over Cobb.
Oh
But
my
we also
God.
did it to get some drugs.
Oh
There's
my
nothing wrong with
God.
having a little bit more supply.
Oh yeah.
It's true.
Nothing wrong at all.
Literally nothing.
And now we have
wrong.
info about the lamp blacks trying to fuck over the red sashes. We can make some friends with the red sashes now that we know we can make some drugs.
We only
Y'all, I
have
have
stress because we
plans.
gave it to ourselves.
Exactly. I have so
Um,
many plans.
I have so much stress.
I do want to go ahead. We'll do downtime next session. We can go ahead and do the payoff portion of it because I at least want to do that. But we'll do the rest of downtime next go around because y'all have downtime activities and entanglements and all that kind of stuff.
I was afraid that was going to take a long time. It took like 10 minutes.
Yeah, it was great.
I know,
That was so quick and
again,
dirty. That was
it's
great.
so that
Oh.
is like the doing
You know-
the scores like this, like this is what Blaze in the Dark is about. Is like that rush. Like, oh god, I love it.
You know
it's
what we
like-
can do? And this is like a leverage move. This is like 100% something they would do on leverage. It would lessen our take. But we could just like sneak drugs into Cobb's possession that like are clearly marked from so that he
I like
can't even
that
say he
too.
didn't do it.
I like that a lot.
Especially
Some
since
evidence.
Fumes
Can now
Fume-
make it, so
Yeah.
So I'm going to say you get okay, so somebody bring up the crew sheet so you guys can add this. You earn 2 rep.
Oh, I dig this. Is this Gym Town? No, it's Sleeping in the Dark.
There we go. I got it.
Got it. All right, so mark 2 rep on your sheet.
2 rep.
Moving on up. And then y'all, I'm going to give you for the payoff here. This is, I mean, y'all got some good stuff here. We'll do a, because I assume y'all are gonna sell some of this, right? How much of these
Yeah.
drugs are you selling versus how much? I mean, well, I guess the whole thing is you're keeping them for the establishment so you can use them to make more money. So either way, it transitions into coin for you, having these drugs. So let's say it is it's 8 coin.
Jeez.
Not a piece.
Yeah.
Divided amongst the 4 of you.
Okay.
Here's what I will ask you all as well. You're supposed to ask me this, but ask the GM if there's a boss that you should be paying. My question is, y'all have done a job on Coleridge. Are you paying anyone off to any of the bosses off here to make sure that they you don't get anyone's shit list here?
Who's the bosses here?
Coleridge is, let's see.
If it is the Lamp Blacks, then I'm gonna say
It's not.
no.
No.
Oh, okay.
Hold on. I gotta go through my
The Coal Barons of Coleridge. 32 otters in a trench coat.
I wish there was a map that gave me.
I
4
almost just want to
districts.
say no because that went off without a hitch. They think whoever we are working for Cobb. If anyone's gonna get in trouble for this, it's fucking Cobb.
It's
I'm
Cobb.
gonna tell y'all that it doesn't matter. Like, you will take a negative degree with that faction if you don't pay them.
Can we pay them by showing up and saying, here's Cobb's address? Go nuts.
I think what, like, the way that we explained this is that they don't necessarily know that we did this job in particular, but they know we've been moving through their territory.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because y'all were here like scouting things out. Like, people know you've been in the area here.
Okay.
Who am I gonna make?
I'm just saying, a tip is pretty good payment.
Hold on. Let me
That's fair.
get up my book. It's hard to tell sometimes. Some of the information here in the app is less.
Coleridge 264.
Doesn't say.
Coleridge. Landmarks, notables. Master Slain, Bell Brogan, Hopper. The scene. Squatters. The ironworks. The old rail yard. The Coleridge mine. It doesn't mention any factions here.
Yeah, I mean, everybody owns something, and
Yeah.
everything is owned in Dustfall. I just haven't decided who that's gonna
We could
be.
just say yes or no that we paid them off and we'll figure it out later.
We can do
Yeah,
that.
I'm gonna say
I'd say
that,
one.
like, whoever we paid off, it was probably somebody who let us on the train.
Spark Rights. It's the Spark Rights.
There you go.
They're the highest tier faction that and they're design facilities in Coleridge.
Yeah. Is it kind of like the beginning? Like, if we pay them 2, they like us, and if we pay them 1, it's like, okay, yeah, do you?
No, you would only you're gonna get positive factions you're gonna get positive influences with factions that benefited from what you just did. I'm gonna give you a positive status with the red sashes. I'm gonna give you negative, obviously, with Ulf. is not.
But with
happy.
the Spark Rights, if we pay them off, we're
if
Neutral. We're
if
good.
you pay them off, it's no change. If you don't pay them off, they're going to be a little miffed.
Yeah, we'll give him 1.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
I want to
fine.
be able to keep doing the train heist.
Yeah.
So I say that's 7 in total that you have then.
Okay. Do we want to put 1 into the crew and then
Distributed.
distribute? Oh, that's only 6.
Mhm.
I'm down with taking 1. I only really need it for. Fume is a person of little want.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay.
Next job, I'll take 2. How about that?
Okay. All right. So 1 into the crew coin, and everybody gets 2. No, that everyone else gets. Okay. Let me do
1
count.
person. 2 people take 2. 2 people take 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take 1.
Or we all take 1.
you
And then
the
put
rest of
2.
We put
Yeah.
the rest
yeah.
in the crew, and then
Let's
we
do
pay
that.
the.
Yeah, that makes more sense to me.
Let's
so
do that.
everybody takes 1 coin,
Mhm.
which leaves you with 4 remaining. One goes to paying the spark rights. The other 3 go into your crew stash.
Where
Oh, I thought we
Honestly-
already took that out because we had 8. We paid
Yeah.
1 to the spark rights, so that's 7.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
Everybody takes 1, then you put 3 in your stash.
Oh, okay, got it.
Which honestly is probably good to upgrade our establishment as fast as possible.
Yeah, that's fair.
Where the
Makes a
heck
lot of
is
sense.
coin on this sheet?
It's under
it's-
progression.
Yeah, it's on progression,
I see.
bottom
Yeah.
right.
Because technically coin is a form of progression, because it's not something you really ever spend unless there are very specific mechanics that you spend coin in this game, like if you're doing your crafting stuff or things like that, or if you're spending it to like during downtime activities.
Yeah.
Most of
Coin
the
is
time,
not
like
necessarily like economy, it's
No.
privilege.
Mhm.
yeah, and it's how much money, like it's how much wealth you have obtained. What you do, and then once I'll let you all know this, for every line, every row of stash that you've filled up, if you decide to put coin into your stash, that increases your lifestyle. And
It's on
when
the
you're-
sheet right underneath
Okay.
coin. Yeah.
Okay. And yeah, when you make any sort of roll that like finances would come into play, like if you're trying to leverage like your wealth in order to get something done, you make a fortune roll using how many lines you've completed in your stash.
I do
So
friendly
yeah.
reminder though, if you put coin in your stash, if you're taking it out, it costs more to take it out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because you're liquidating your assets, you lose some. when
Yeah.
you-
It's like I think
when
it's
you do
like
that.
2 for every 1 you want to take out.
Yeah. So you got your first coin.
Yay.
And then heat. Okay. How do we feel this went for the group? Smooth, quiet, low exposure, contained, standard exposure, loud and chaotic, high exposure, wild, devastating exposure.
I think this got really wild at the end, you know?
I think
But-
overall it was probably pretty. I was leaning towards contained.
It's pretty contained.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was
No one even
guy-
saw us.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and we used him as a witness for our own
Oh.
Yeah.
stuff.
To make
Yeah.
it think someone else
Fuck.
did it.
That's it.
Hey,
Like we didn't even break anything.
narratively, as the crew was coming out, could Fume have quickly swapped the power back so the vault became electrified again? It's a closed room situation. They're just gonna be so fucking confused.
If you spend another stress, I will say you can do that.
I like it.
That's
You know what? I want to do it for the meme. I'm 3 away.
We're about to have downtime.
We're about to have downtime.
Yeah.
You're gonna
Uh,
indulge in
would-
your vice.
So you
would
also
legitimately
get generate.
do
So
that.
mark 2 heat on your crew sheet. You also gain additional heat for a high profile or well connected target. He's not well connected. Add 1 heat if the situation happened on hostile turf. It did. So that's another. Y'all went to Coleridge and pulled off a job. So that's not your home turf. Add 1 heat if you're at war with another faction. You're not. Add 2 heat if killing was involved. You didn't kill anyone.
Did
So,
not kill anyone.
So I think you got 3
You had
heat
3.
overall.
Yeah.
We don't have to worry about incarceration or wanted level.
We're all wanted by each other.
Aw.
How much heat do you have?
3.
3.
And y'all don't have a wanted level.
Nope.
Okay. I'm going to roll for your entanglements just so I can be prepared for next time.
Or
What?
This is one of my favorite things
So I'm going to do a fortune roll.
about the game.
So y'all have what? How much feet are you? You're at 3?
3.
3. Okay. So I'm going to be rolling, and your wanted level is 0. So I'm rolling 2 dice and taking the lower. Oh. Go away. I'm going to do this one in the open. All right. So that's a 4. All right. So you got Rivals or Unquiet Dead. All
It
right.
can be fun both ways.
All right. I'm going to be ready for that for next time. I'm going to write that down.
Uh-oh.
This is where this is the only prep work that I really get to do. And there we go. All righty. And then I think we got to ask end of session questions, don't we?
Yeah.
Yep.
I think we got to go around for this one. Because everyone's playbooks are different for gaining experience.
Most of them
are
are the same.
I think there's like one different one.
Yeah. Because my first one is you address a challenge with technical skill and mayhem.
Yeah, mine's with knowledge or arcane power. The ones about like beliefs, drives, and heritage, and the vice and trauma ones everybody has.
Yeah,
Has,
so you have
okay.
a playbook specific trigger, and then you have expressing your desires or beliefs and struggle with your vice or your traumas. So, playbook specific triggers, you take 1 if you did it once, you take 2 if you did it a lot. Did anybody get
Maybe?
Solve problems with calculation or conspiracy. I feel like that's just all I did the entire time.
That's fair. Anybody else?
Addressed a challenge with tracking or violence. I didn't do any violence.
You didn't do any violence. You did do some tracking though, didn't you?
Yeah.
You take 1 for that. Yeah. Again, it's really up to y'all. I don't decide whether you get XP. It's y'all's choice. But if you
did the breaker box, and I guess if you want to count the poisoning as a technical.
Yeah. No, I'd say that.
Cool.
Oh, here I found what I was looking for earlier, Van. As far as the getting XP for desperate action rolls, you get 1 XP if you get XP if you participate in a group action that's desperate. So all of you should have gotten we did
have one desperate at least one
Fume
desperate.
got a desperate for the one he did on his own, and then Glass, Grackle, and Salome all did a desperate survey.
Yeah.
So you all get a point
Nice.
there.
And
action?
that would be in the one that we did, so that would be an insight because it was a survey.
Make a desperate. Yeah,
XP
mark
marked
1
on
XP
actions
in the attribute for the action you roll.
Okay.
So you mark
So
it as
an
an
insight.
attribute. Yeah.
So expressed your beliefs, drives, heritage, or background. Did our flashbacks count?
I'm gonna count that. Your flashbacks definitely count because I specifically procced that for y'all. So please, everyone, take an XP for dealing with my bullshit. So
cool.
And then struggle with an issue from your vice or traumas. Nobody has any traumas. We haven't done anything with vices yet, so I don't think anybody gets those.
But soon
We'll do that next one. I assume nobody has an advancement yet. That'd be pretty wild.
No.
All right, and then we got to do your crew stuff.
I'm on it.
So what is your crew specific XP trigger?
Is crew XP 1 or 2 execute a successful espionage, sabotage, or theft operation.
You did.
Contend with challenges above your current station.
Yep. You did. Everything's above your current station.
That's
right
true.
Now. So
bolster your crew's reputation or develop a new one.
What was your reputation?
Our reputation.
I think it was professional.
Professional.
Anyone
I
that
mean,
finds
come
out about
on.
this was a pro
It was
fucking job.
perfect.
I guess if you think about it from the
standards.
standpoint of like, hey, we're running out of something we need for our clients. Let's go to steal shit. Like the customer is king. We need to have drugs for them. Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
And you didn't.
why-
I mean, you didn't
And
like
your
do-
obedient servants have provided.
Yeah,
Ta-da.
you haven't done any wanted murder, so
The last one is
God, just you wait.
express the goals, drives, inner conflict, or essential nature of the crew.
yeah, this is pretty broad. That's just like
I mean, the essential nature of the crew really just sort of boils down to the ability we picked, which is everyone steals.
I mean,
So far, the essential nature of the crew is providing a hospitable environment for our patrons.
through theft.
Through whatever
Through
means necessary.
Through whatever means necessary.
And
Okay,
if
yeah.
that changes, then maybe that'll change.
Crew XP then, baby.
That's four.
Woo!
That's 4 crew XP. We only need 5
Damn.
more.
Yeah.
All right.
And it's the same thing on these where we get 2 if we do something quite a bit.
Yeah.
Should we
yeah.
get 2
I don't
for
know
any
if
of these? I mean, if
don't-
anything, we could get 2 because this was theft and some sabotage.
it was
and
theft
some
and-
espionage.
Okay, I'll give you 2 for the
Yay!
first one.
Yeah.
We only need 4.
All right, I want to be generous with y'all. So, I can hurt you in so many other ways. I might as well be generous with XP.
God, this game is wild.
I love it.
Love it.
All right.
I have an additional XP trigger.
Oh.
It's called Vengeful.
Oh.
Oh.
You got payback against someone who harmed you or someone you care about. If your crew helped you get payback, also mark crew XP.
Ah.
Interesting.
That's
So,
dope.
harmed is such an interesting like.
Harmed someone you care about, however.
And
Yeah, well-
Salome specifically told Grackle that she cared about him.
Yeah, and I mean, this was somebody who was like infringing on your business. So,
And he straight up like put a dude that Grackle's friends with in poverty. And completely screwed him over. And ruined his reputation.
wait, who did?
Cobb.
Cobb to Evan.
Oh yeah, because of Cobb. That's right.
This whole thing started because
Sorry.
of
Yeah,
Cobb.
no.
Because of Cobb.
No, we weren't talking about
We were
the
talking
guy
about
that we
Ulf.
stole from.
I was still
No.
thinking
That
about
was-
Ulf. I was like,
No. We're talking
yeah,
about
Ulf
Cobb.
stole from some people, but like, God, you really care about the red sashes,
Yeah, it
don't
wasn't-
you?
No, this was
Okay.
about Cobb.
It's about
This was
Cobb.
about Cobb.
Yeah, you did do that. Okay.
Fucking
Yeah.
Crew
Cobb.
XP?
Yeah,
I've
we'll
got
get
something that
we'll
I
say
care about.
crew XP, and I guess Grackle gets an XP too,
Grackle
right?
XP.
Yeah.
Woo!
All right. Lots of
Crew has a
XP
lot
then.
more XP than I do. No.
Yeah. The crew will probably earn XP faster, but so that's good
Yeah.
because y'all need more crew XP to do stuff.
Feed the vengeance oven engine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Feed me.
That's what the
I am
train
hungry
Cool.
runs
Is
for
on.
that
vengeance.
is that part of the Hound?
Yeah, that's the thing I took.
Yeah.
That's so
That-
cool.
The special ability.
Yeah.
That's neat.
All right. I think that's it.
We did it.
We'll do the downtime actions next time. We'll get into those first. We'll do downtime actions, then we'll go into a little bit more free play and set up for the next thing. I mean, y'all, thank you to all of you. Like, I really wanted to do like fast and loose jobs, like be cranking. Like the ultimate goal here is the real story here is y'all climbing in the city and the social element. And so like having the jobs be these like fun little like kind of like combat encounters for this group is kind of what I wanted it to be like. Is I mean, I'm sure we'll have some jobs that'll probably be a lot more involved, but it'll be
It's a good place to start.
This is a good place to start. This is a quick and dirty one. And like I said, I had nothing to do with the planning for this. This was all y'all. So feel happy in that.
The fact that we spent half the session doing flashbacks and then we're still able to complete a heist.
A
That's
full
very
heist.
exciting to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Incredible.
All right, let's go around and do stars and wishes. And then
shit.
we will
God, I
wrap it
forgot
up
we
for
also
tonight.
do that.
Do you want to? We don't have to, because I know there's a lot of questions after you add.
Let's do it.
I like them. I'm just so tired.
We've gone
Well, you're
over
first.
Okay, we've gone over for today. Stars for everyone. I've been like, y'all all get stars for your characters, like being just. Can I at least get a wish from everyone? Like, can I at least get
wanna
that?
talk to a ghost.
Okay, I will add that because I like keeping a tab of wishes because it helps me like where to drive.
I do the
game.
same thing.
So last toss to ghost.
Talk to a ghost.
I want
Alright.
to star everyone for hitting the ground fucking running
Yeah,
in
dude.
this game. Jesus Christ. My wish is, I want to get more into everyone's backstories. These funky folk who have these tragic backstories.
They're also
Y'all-
traumatized.
Y'all cooked up so much trauma for your characters. It's like this delicious trauma stew that it's just gonna get better the more it ages, the more it like.
It's a hunter stew. You just keep adding to it.
Yeah.
You guys have got
Yeah.
to tell Grackle about your traumas so she can get vengeance for you too.
Yeah.
There's XP.
Love it. What other wish? Sid and Wings, do y'all have wishes?
God, I'm very one note at the moment, but like I was very excited by like I was surprised. I was like, wait a second, we did get vengeance on somebody today. That's great. So
Or
I'm
vengeance.
my wish is more vengeance.
I'm ready for your Batman. I was like, I'm vengeance.
Yeah.
I am the knight.
Sid, any wishes? Did we lose Sid?
I'm also interested in the downtime stuff.
Yeah.
Like that's the one thing
Yeah,
we
that's
didn't do
gonna be
today,
fun.
and I'm eager to see
I
how
like
that goes.
literally think that we've hit almost every rule in this game, every mechanic in this first session. It's just great.
Sid's headphones.
The headphones died.
Yeah.
Like clockwork.
I keep joking about it, but at least one time in the future session, I will pull out my gun and shoot.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure there will be some violence to come. Sid, can you hear us?
I can hear now. Sorry
Okay,
about
cool.
that.
Wish.
I wish.
My
I
wish. Oh, go ahead.
It occurred to me, like, can you do a resistance roll for someone else?
Yes,
like,
you can.
You did say anything, right?
It
Yeah,
is under
you can do-
protect a teammate and teamwork.
Exactly.
Okay.
If somebody's
That-
taking a consequence, you want to take that consequence on yourself, you can do a resistance roll to then minimize
Incredible.
that
That
Yeah.
makes it even better for me.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so fun.
Yeah.
Where Fume misses his gunshot and then I take the shot instead.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's like you missed. Now I have to clean up your mess.
Thanks, Mom.
So Sid, what's your
I hate to echo stuff, but I mean, kind of the same. Like, I definitely just want to dig into these characters. Holy shit. Yeah. Talk about hitting the ground running, not only with heists, but just goddamn some fully fleshed out characters up in here. I'm excited.
yeah. We've had a lot of time to cook these characters. I'm glad to see they've turned out. It's a good bake, Mary. It's a very good bake.
No soggy bottoms? No soggy bottoms.
No. Well, I don't know. I'm not gonna ask y'all.
There's slime in my pants.
All right. Thank you everyone out there for watching. I know we've gone way over time. We had a 5-hour session last week, got another 5-hour session this week. We're gonna rein this back in. We're just lots of excitement and bubbly energy. So we will be back next Saturday to continue this, to tell more of these stories and do more crime and all that good stuff. Join us in the meantime for other crimes, like Red Jenny on Monday, for at 8:00 Eastern time, finishing up war crimes.
Any of us have committed war
No,
crimes.
you're doing crimes during a war. It's not a
During
war
war.
crime. They're
Yeah.
war crimes.
They're war adjacent crimes.
War
There we
adjacent
go.
crimes. And then through this week, we got lots of other good shows. You can see them below our faces. We already talked about them. Thank you to my lovely players for being awesome.
Thank you
and
for the game.
Thank you for the game.
diving in headfirst into this. I'm so excited to see many more sessions of this. And thank you everyone out there for joining us and watching. We will let you all get back to playing Baldur's Gate 3. See everyone in 1 week. And until next time, good game and good night, Internet.